All right, welcome everybody to day 2 of the NFL draft on the Draft Degenerates podcast. It's Shane, it's Dalton, and hopefully some other people. Definitely one person we're expecting to join us at some point. If you watched the stream last night of Steve, our resident Jets fan, as far as I could tell, Dalton,
Yeah.
at least. So the two of us will be on for at least I'll be on for chunks of it. I of course cover the two teams with by far the most picks on day 2, so I will be kind of getting cooked from time to time. But in general, I'll try to be around and help Dalton out. But he can obviously talk plenty about all these players, especially the day 2 players. Now tomorrow, if any of us do streams of any kind, that will get a little bit hairier. But I'm sure we'll still have thoughts on a lot of those guys. But
Yeah, that'll
real
be
quick, yeah, before the Niners pick comes in though, Dalton, because they are on the clock right now, assuming they keep this pick, because they keep trading back like the Bills did yesterday. Um, Obviously, this is Casey's favorite team, who hosts our betting show. If you guys watch our stuff, so hopefully they get a player that we like, and we can tell Casey, "Hey, you guys are doing good."
yeah.
But
What'd they do yesterday?
nothing.
That's right. They
Yeah,
moved out. Yeah.
they moved out like 3 different times. Bills and them both decided, screw it, we don't want to pick in the first round this
I
year.
mean,
Um,
the value that's still on the board
yeah, it's not
is
bad.
pretty crazy. Like, here's our everyone in white is still available.
Yep.
So as you can see, 13 on our board is Jermod McCoy. He was 13 on our consensus board, best available player by far. And then to round out our top 5, we got TJ Parker, Caden McDonald, and Colton Hood.
Yeah.
All guys that I think. Oh, and then Denzel Boston would be 5th in our top 5 best available. Yep. And safe to say, I think those are all guys that we expected to go in round 1. And yeah, pretty shocking to see them on the board here. Boston makes some sense.
Yeah.
For the Niners, but I also wonder if this could just be this could also be Parker here. Or Emmanuel McNair Warren. I could see either of those because they need help on defense.
Yeah, I think McNeil Warren is the most interesting name kind of here for them.
Yeah.
Their safety room has lost some guys in recent years, and also just like every other position for them, been devastated by injury. I don't know if they trust the health of either of the guys they have back there with Jair Brown or Malik Mustafa. And McNeil Warren is their type. He's that bigger bodied, like kind of box type safety that they've generally employed. So wouldn't be surprised if that's the pick. He did obviously get a lot of first round hype for a while. Never didn't materialize, obviously, but I wouldn't be shocked if he's the guy here. So
this is closer to like reasonable range for him. I mean, he's 7th best available on our, or he's the 6th best available guy on our board. Personally, I had a late 2nd round grade.
Yeah, you were lower on him,
but I know I was a little lower on him. I think that could be a very reasonable pick here. Very curious to see what happens here. I'm just hoping like this is a little more predictable than last night. I was going through my my final predictive mock, and comparing it to yesterday. Did you do like a final mock? For round 1?
I didn't do one like that I published or anything, no. But I also didn't do anything like that outside of ours because I just admittedly I thought this draft would get weird at some point, but I didn't think it would start and end weird, which it did. Like everything kind of was weird compared to what we had been hearing and kind of the general consensus on these guys. Just a lot of stuff to talk about post draft, especially.
Yeah, I ended up with 5 correct team player matches, and that was it. It was rough.
Yeah, I mean,
and 2 of them were basically freebies.
That's the thing,
Mendoza and Ioane, were basically freebies. But I hit Fano and Delane, but I had them,
not at those.
I had
picks.
Fano at 6.
Yeah, just not 9, at the picks, but the same teams.
Yeah, I had the right teams, just didn't have them swapping, and I had Lomo to New England at 31, which I think we do need to talk about that for a second. We didn't really get to talk about
that was one of the
too
picks
much.
We didn't talk about much.
You can see my tagline. Mike Vrabel, every time he goes up to the podium at this point, you can just assume he is just telling lies.
Yeah, I mean, you could
Whether
argue
it's
that's the
I'm not having an affair with Diana Rossini or Will Campbell is our left tackle.
Yeah.
You're just lying to people.
I know there's been a lot of talk about the fact that Lomu has been specifically training on the right side during the draft process because he wants that flexibility for himself. And Morgan Moses is ancient. They do need a right tackle replacement. But I've been very vocal about this. I think Will Campbell's best position, honestly, in a vacuum, if you told me like what position would he be best at, I might even say center, but it's probably not left tackle, is all I'm saying.
No. So. I think you could move him to right tackle. That makes a lot more sense than trying to make Will Campbell play, or that makes a lot more sense than trying to make Caleb Lomu play left tackle.
That works too in the long term, I think. But I just, again, I just think Campbell's probably not a left tackle, and that's okay. I don't think he has to be a good player for them. But getting a college left tackle in the first round back to back is just not probably making anyone feel good about Will Campbell left tackle, and I don't think it should, frankly. So
and I mean, it's just the fact that too, like he just said, Will Campbell is our left tackle, and then 3 months later they draft a guy that projects as a pure left tackle.
Right. Not ideal. Not ideal. So we got the pick coming in here.
Oh yeah.
Oh, good old Andy Lee. I forgot he was
the Niners select. Yeah. Oh, he's gonna talk.
Yeah, I'm sure.
This is the first time this man's been on television in probably
a while
since he was been playing.
Yeah.
Punters don't get out much after the NFL.
I wouldn't. Dejon Stribling.
Whoa. I mean, we liked him a lot.
It was mostly me. And even then,
I mean, I liked him too, but not that much.
I mean, if they want a real vertical X potential guy, I guess he's probably one of the best couple guys for that role left on the board. But at 33, I mean, I had him, again, I was the highest on him. I think I had him at 59. So this is still almost a full round higher than I had him. And
he was 78 on our consensus board.
Yeah, that's an outlier. I mean, Lawrence.
That's the second lowest on our consensus board until you go on this draft.
Yeah, that's... Now, again, he's going to the Niners. He'll probably be good. Will he be the 33rd pick good? I don't know. But it'll probably be pretty good. And they do need someone eventually because Evans is going to be the X receiver for them by default for the time that he's there. But they need someone who could fill that role eventually. I think Stribling does have the potential to do that in the NFL. Like, he ended up being the right side of the sacrificial X conversation for me, where it's like non-derogatory versus derogatory.
Yeah,
is kind of where I landed with him.
But I think they're gonna have him do a lot more like yak stuff. I think he's gonna do a lot more underneath stuff.
Yeah. On all those crossing routes and over routes they run in that offense, like he can run with anybody. Like that's not a problem for him.
I just don't think he is the tape. I didn't see on tape the type of like explosive, like he didn't his tape didn't show the athlete that he tested at. And like, I think if you think this is going to be like similar to like Debo, I don't think you're getting that quality of an athlete.
No, but I don't think they're going to try to really ask him to do the Debo stuff because that's such a unique thing. I don't think they're looking for that again. Like that's not something you can seek out. I think you run into that player, right? Like that's kind of what I think. I do think this is the idea. Like they want a bigger bodied like X type in this offense that they haven't really had for a while. So really since Ayuk was good and healthy for them. And they got Evans to do that now, but he's a Band-Aid essentially in the grand scheme of things. So Stribling probably, and he might not have to play a ton this year, at least not in the role that they're probably going to ask him to long term. So we'll see. My boy James Conner out here for the Cardinals. I wonder how he's feeling right now.
Is he already retired?
No, he re-upped with them. Like they gave him a deal. which I don't know what they're going to do with that running back.
He's the third running back now on that
right
roster.
now. Right now, he would be, yeah. Chase Basantis. Okay, so they get the guard help right off the bat. So, I mean, that makes me, I guess, feel a little bit better about the Love pick. I don't know. It getting one of the top guards consensus at 34 with the way that they were coming off the board, I do think that's not a bad pick by any means. But the whole process here of like getting the running back first and the guard second is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue it worked in terms of like, I think Basanta, like if they were to have done it the other way around,
you wouldn't be getting nearly the caliber running back. But I don't think they needed one is the problem.
Yeah,
like, I think you have enough guys there. Yeah, but go ahead.
The difference between Maui Noah and like Basantis, I think, is a lot closer than the difference from like Jeremiah Love to Jonah Coleman.
Yeah, for sure. Well, especially for me, but in general, I think even consensus, yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's again, if you're dedicating one of those two picks to running back, I would rather it be the first one.
Yeah.
Like if I know I'm doing that. But it's going to be interesting to see if they keep adding to the offensive line because there's still guys out there that would probably start for them, at least.
Yeah.
I'm curious if they go after one of the like kind of like freaky big tackles, frankly, and just stick one of them. Yeah, Markel Bell or Travis Burke or whoever it is later in the draft, and just say, hey, like this guy is at least going to be a starting caliber player for us, and we can move Paris Johnson to whatever side we want to because he's comfortable playing both sides. That would probably make me feel better about the whole Love thing. But really, I guess the biggest problem with it is realistically, how long is it before this team is going to be competitive if they do everything right?
I mean,
in that division, especially
28, 29.
Right. And then by then, like if they've run Love into the ground, which they probably will. Yeah. Well, he'd be probably, well, he's only 20 right now, so he'll still be in his mid 20s.
Oh, okay.
But it's the fact that you're going to pay him 50 million guaranteed and then probably have to pay him 50 more million guaranteed to stick around. So like it's a weird setup.
Yeah.
I mean, if they get a quarterback next year, that's good. Maybe this is all a moot point, right?
This is still a better pick than Carson Beck.
Correct, which everyone was a little worried would be the case.
Yeah, I was very concerned that was going to be the case.
Yeah, I did not want to have to talk about Carson Beck this early. That's all I'm going to say. I don't want to talk about him today.
So the Bills here, this is Denzel Boston, right?
I think it is, but also it's a little funny.
Because I think, because if you liked Denzel Boston, why did you trade back this far? I think is the question.
Then again, maybe the league doesn't like Denzel Boston because John Stribling just went over him.
True.
So maybe they didn't feel like they had to do that, and they could just collect assets because they did give up that second round pick to get more in the building. So maybe they want to just recoup the assets, which I get if they could do it. But it would be a little funny for Boston. Yeah, he would, but it's a little funny because I think he's better than Keon Coleman, but it's a little funny that they're taking another guy like that, kind of. Oh, TJ Parker.
This could all be Parker.
It is TJ Parker.
Yep. Literally just about to say that makes sense.
Their edge room is straight power, which I don't disagree with necessarily. I like that profile, but man, there's just big dudes on big dudes on big dudes in that group, and like if they all play relatively well, they might get a pass rush going that's like better than average. But it's fascinating that they keep going to this type because it really hasn't super worked out. Not that like Rousseau's a good player and Bradley Chubb might be something. I don't know. It's hard to say at this point. But this is their type. To be fair. So I don't necessarily disagree. Parker's a tough one for me because I just don't know how much of a trump card the power is. Because if it's as much of one as it looked like in his sophomore season, then he might be well worth this pick and more. If it's more like what it looked like this past year, this is probably the very high end range for him. It's really just kind of whichever version of him you believe in more. And I don't blame them for taking the chance once you've moved back out of the first round, especially.
And they can afford to. Like if he doesn't work out, it's not like it's going to kill them.
No.
So we got the Raiders on the clock now.
We do. First time we could talk about the Raiders in a
Yeah. So
useless
I
way.
just wrote a piece about this earlier
Oh,
today.
they're not on the clock. The Texans moved up to 36.
Oh shit! What did the Raiders get?
It was only 2 spots, so can't be much. I would guess like a 5th or 6th round pick for this. Who are they moving? Who are they moving ahead of the Giants to get?
If I'm gonna guess, who did they take earlier?
Who, the Texans?
Yeah,
Rutledge.
They take yesterday. Rutledge. So I think this is Denzel Boston.
Again, if they take a receiver, they got to trade somebody, man. Is Nico Collins out the door? I heard something about teams snooping around him recently.
Could this be Jacob Rodriguez?
Ooh, I would love that. He is a Texans linebacker, but I don't know if you feel the need to jump the Giants unless someone else is threatening to come up and get him, because Giants just took Reese. So
yeah, the Raiders are getting 91. So the Raiders, but then they're also giving up 117. So the Raiders move up from 117 to 91.
That's nice.
Yeah, so they get an extra pick tonight, and they trade one of their 3 4th-round picks to get back into the 3rd round in order to move back 2 spots in the 2nd. I like that.
That's good. That's good business for the Raiders. What I'm hearing, I don't know if this is actually the pick yet, but it looks like it's Caden McDonald.
Fuck.
Which, if I was the Raiders, I'd probably rather just have Caden McDonald than I would the extra pick, frankly. But
now, unless the Raiders are set on going corner here,
right?
Unless the Raiders are going corner or Boston,
right? Which, if they're going Boston, I like that for them a lot.
Yeah. And if they're going corner, I mean, if you like both McCoy and Hood pretty much equally,
take one of them.
With it too.
Man, if the Giants took McCoy at 37, by the way, and his knee works out, their draft could be.
Yeah.
And Reese, like, I know the Reese thing, the Giants draft is so weird because, like, the Reese of it all is hard to figure out, because if he's going to be an off-ball linebacker primarily for you, I don't love the pick at 5. But I also think he'll eventually do something for you beyond just that. And he's the best player on the board, so I think you have to take. Well, at least in the consensus ranking, he's the best player on the board. Definitely the best player on the board that could also help them immediately.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what the Raiders plan, because
so I know what the rationale is, by the way, for the Texans.
Oh,
it's because they were worried the Giants would take him at 37 because they just traded Lawrence. So the Texans jumped ahead of them to do that.
That makes sense. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, I would have liked. Caden McDonald was number 2 on my Raiders board going into tonight.
Mm-hmm.
It was McCoy, then McDonald, and then followed by it was McCoy, McDonald, Boston, Parker, Hood going into tonight. Mm-hmm. So I'm still hoping they're able to get McCoy or Boston. I'm okay if it's Colton Hood.
Hood's the safer pick if you're worried about the knee. But I would, if I was the Raiders, I'd probably take the swing on McCoy because you can.
The problem is, if you take Hood, like, I think Hood would still be better than either Darian Porter or Eric Stokes. But, like, it's a lot closer. And you wonder how long it'll be before he, like, actually surpasses them. McCoy, you could argue if he's ready to go.
He's the best corner on the team right away. Yeah. I like Stokes at this point in his career for what he is, but I do think you're right about that part of it with Hood. I do think he'd be better than Porter year 1 just because Porter was somehow both old and raw, as much as I'd like the potential with him. Unless he takes a step, I think Hood would immediately be corner 2.
Yeah. It's so hard to tell with all the rookies too from last year because you just don't know
they weren't getting coached by anybody. What the hell was that?
Because Porter's on the defensive side of the ball, which is mostly being run by Pete Carroll last year. And I don't know if Pete Carroll knew where he was half the time.
Certainly feels like it. Also,
those press conferences were rough.
They were bad.
Like it just felt like you were watching a very old, like a doddering old man.
You were. I just see a message from Tommy, my the editor for the Steelers, say I just see not McPounder with McDonald going off the board. Oh, shout out NFL SC McPounder jokes probably flooding their stream right now. Oh man, yeah, Cade McDonald, good player. My top defensive tackle in this class, if you factor in all the weirdness with everyone else. You know what you're getting with him. He's going to be a force against the run, going to be a force multiplier in that part of the game. Probably never going to give you more than some pocket pushing occasionally as a pass rusher, but
he's going to push that pocket.
Yeah, he'll push it eventually. He'll get there if you let him.
Two people simultaneously.
He can hold up people in the pass game even too, or like if you leave him on one person, that person will eventually be moved back. So some teams might feel the need to keep two guys on him just for that reason. So he probably won't have to play much on third down for this team anyway, especially early on.
Correct.
With the guys they have a lot of penetrating D tackles, in that room right now. So I don't think you have to worry too much about him getting on the field in situations that are not advantageous to him. So Giants are probably upset right now, if I had to guess.
The best defense in the league just got better.
Yeah, just got someone who is like kind of the only type of player they don't have on the team. So which is not ideal. It's someone who their team got shit stomped by, despite getting CJ Stroud to give them 5 turnovers. Yeah, that defense is scary, man, and that was without.
Yeah, I like how it seems like the decision has very much been like, we're just going to hope eventually CJ Stroud figures out how to play quarterback in big moments. And until then, we're just going to try to have the greatest defense of all time and hopefully run the ball decently well.
Yeah, and you bring in Dave Montgomery, who will run the ball decently well most of the time regardless. And you bring in
but is he going to really play?
I sure hope so.
I mean, I don't know. I thought Woody Marks looked really good last year.
Yeah, but Woody Marks is not he's very close to being like, that guy is a third down back pretty much only to me. Like, not saying you can't run the ball with him, but like you're not running the ball with him with any power or tackle breaking ability. He's very much like a gets what's blocked for him running back. Whereas Montgomery, I think, is more than that when he's healthy. So
I also
two of them I like
drafting a quarterback or drafting a running back too.
They probably will at some point. I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm very curious when the next running back comes off the board because it'll probably be today. But I don't know if it does.
Derek Coleman should come off the board this round.
He won't. I don't think he gets drafted today. I don't think there's much of a chance he does.
That blows my mind.
He might be the worst athlete in the draft at any position. And that's just going to knock him down. I'm not saying he shouldn't go, but I don't think he's going to go.
Did you see the thing that Warren Sharp put out on him?
No, I didn't see anything.
It's like the amount of production he had despite getting he was basically getting hit in the backfield and at the line of scrimmage on almost an Ashton Genty level.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty in Washington last year.
And he was
outside of the one guy that was banged up that I told you I watched, Carver Willis. They didn't have much on the offensive line this year.
And he was still so productive last year.
Yeah, and he was banged up again. I don't think he should not get drafted. I did have him in the 90s on my board just because I think he's a guy that's a risk because of how much you have to hope that he is just a good enough player and athlete to make it work at the next level. But he should go today. He's not going to, though, if I had to guess. I hope he does, but just because then if he does, he's going to get a chance legitimately to play. Versus if he gets taken tomorrow, there's no guarantee he gets a real shot.
Tell you what, late third round, I wouldn't mind the Raiders taking him as
they could use somebody to make sure Genty's not he's the only guy there.
The guy I really want for them to take as the change of pace back for Genty is I want them to take Robert Henry Jr. tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's one of the guys I didn't get to it. I didn't get to him.
He is.
I'll have to watch it. I'll have to watch it
in
later.
Zone. It's ridiculous for the zone.
Kind of what you said. Yeah.
You got to just YouTube Robert Henry Jr. versus Texas A&M. That's all you got to watch.
I can get his tape if I want. I just didn't get a chance to him because I stopped the running back class.
Yeah.
I just was like, I'm good.
Yeah.
I don't need
you specifically need the A&M game.
Yeah, I have I was gonna watch it. I just didn't get to him by the end.
Because he 16 carries, 170 something yards and 2 touchdowns.
Oh, Colton Hood goes to the Giants, by the way.
Yeah.
It's a good pick for them.
They
lost their corners, 2 of their starting corners from last year.
What don't we know about Jermod McCoy?
I think it's what we do know, which is that the knee injury has, like, it, from what I've heard, it's not so much that it will be a future problem, it's that it might knock him out for his entire rookie season. So that'd be 2 years not playing football. Yeah, like if he has to have the surgery, it's a bone plug thing from, like, I forget what the specifics are, but he might not play this year either. So that's 2 years out of football. I didn't realize that. Yeah, so that would be 2 years out of football if he has to get the surgery to fix it.
And then you just wonder if he can ever, like, actually, like, get back. Like, yeah, that's
it's tough. I mean, I know this is a very, very, and I need to emphasize, very different situation. But Deshaun Watson didn't play for 2 years, and look how dog shit he was when he came back and played football.
Yeah.
It's just different, now, obviously, a quarterback.
And also, like, one has to wonder how good he actually was to begin with.
I mean,
and how much
I don't wonder that.
Just running a very simplifying, like, well, it sounds like he just couldn't actually run like an NFL offense.
I mean, if that's the case, then, like, him and Russell Wilson are very much the same in that they ran their offense and it was just so good it didn't matter. But either way, like, I don't know. But by the way, I know the Raiders pick. I don't know how you'll feel about it. I love it, but I don't know how you'll feel.
That makes me feel like I'm not gonna like it.
I don't remember where you're at on this player overall, but I don't think you were as high on him as me.
So it's not somebody that we've been talking about. It's not somebody.
No.
It's not McCoy.
Nope.
And it's not Boston.
It's a defensive back.
Oh. I really hope it's Pons.
Nope.
Oh. And it's... Oh, is it Emmanuel McNeil-Warren?
Nope.
Okay, now I'm officially worried. Because I'm going down the board, and I'm just like...
It is Traden Stukes out of Arizona.
No.
Yep.
No.
That was the pick.
No.
Yep. Now he's number 42 for me, so I don't mind it. I think it's about value for him, but that is the pick. Yeah, Traden Stukes.
That's awful value.
I mean, I'm in 42, so I have no problem with it personally.
He was 64 on our consensus board.
A lot of that's for me, I think. But again,
I mean, I had him on my personal board. He was... Man, I gotta go way down to find him. He was 109 on my personal board.
I don't think you like.
I had a 4th round grade on him because he's just a nickel.
See, I don't think he's just a nickel, but I think he's the best nickel in the class if he is a nickel. That's where I'm at with him.
And they just signed a nickel. Like, they literally just signed a nickel this year.
Who was it they signed?
One.
I forget who it was.
Yeah, 9. It was from the Bills, I think.
Teron Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, I actually think as a safety, he has the ball tracking and the ability to play as a deep safety. I do think he has that skill set. I like him in the nickel because I think he's a playmaker there more so, and I think he's more comfortable there. But nothing about his tape or his athletic profile tells me that he can't be a true safety if you want him to be. I just don't know if that will maximize his value right away.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me go back to where I wrote about him. So love the effort, speed, tackling, tacks the ball well. He's going to be 24 as a rookie and had an ACL injury in 2024 and gets caught ball watching in zone. That's kind of now I do think they're going to go to a little bit more man under Rob Leonard.
Yeah, I think man with him, he could also be like a true like tight end eraser type, in my opinion, because he's bigger than a lot of nickels are. Even the bigger nickels now, like he's still bigger.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that the pick could be early. Good. But again, he was getting late 1st round buzz recently, and that means that that was true because he goes 38. he was coming off the board. So if they if they looked at him and said like, this is the defensive back we want to add to the group we have, you probably have to take him here. Now, obviously, that has to work out for that to be smart. But I do think that he's not lasting much longer, probably, from what we're hearing or what
he was my nickel 4, and like,
yeah,
I don't know, I would have been, or I'm sorry, he was my nickel 5. Sorry, yeah, nickel 5. Yeah, he was nickel 5 for me. And I just, I don't know. I would have been much happier. Like if this was Keontae Scott, I would have been a lot happier.
You know what's funny about that?
What?
Keontae Scott was 94 on my board. So we have opposite opinions of the two old nickels.
Yeah.
I think with Scott, I don't see coverage ability beyond a very short part of the field and in specific situations. And I think he is smaller than Stukes and has much more tenacity as a player. But I think that only gets you so far once you get to the NFL, frankly. And that's my biggest thing. I don't think he can play safety much at all for you outside of a true box role, right?
Fair.
I don't think like Stukes he could go back and do yeah. Like we have separate opinion, like opposite opinions of this player or these players in terms of our boards, but also I think that for what the role you're asking them to do, it's very different from each other. So if you're the Raiders, if you want that like fire breathing nickel, that's a big time blitzer, can read stuff out in the short game, can erase plays in the short to intermediate area. Scott would probably be a better fit, even if I wouldn't like to take him nearly this high. Sounds like they want someone who has more safety, like true deep safety nickel flexibility versus
which makes sense.
The opposite. Yeah.
They don't really have anything at safety right now. Their safeties are
technically Jeremy Chin and then
Jeremy
what
Chin,
like
he's
Pull'em
basically
out?
a linebacker, and Isaiah Pull'em out, who had a down year.
He did.
And then Tristan McCollum is their only other safety on the roster.
Yeah. Now, would I have rather taken McNeil Warren and tried to use him as like a box slot safety? Probably.
Yeah.
Because I think he's just a better player by a little bit.
Same.
Overall. And he's a little younger, obviously. But if you want the true like nickels safety flexibility, Stukes is a better immediate fit there than him. Yeah. So
I don't know. Like this is to me, this is a lot like the Jack Besh pick last year. Where
but
like everyone else liked it, and I just couldn't see it, and I'm worried about that because
I mean I am too, but also like that's the thing. I'm also a little worried about it now, but it's also like how much should I worry about any Raiders rookie last year?
Fair.
You know what I mean? Like until I see them under a real coaching staff, do we know anything about any of them really?
That is true.
I don't know. I have no idea. Like I'm not even trying to be like the optimist. I literally don't know. I do not know the answer to that question.
I think we're gonna find out just how like I'm very curious. We're gonna find out a lot about Pete, like how bad things were under Pete Carroll this year.
By the way, the Browns doubled up on receiver. Denzel Boston and Casey Concepcion are both Cleveland Browns.
I actually love that for them.
I mean, you got maybe the most like outside of Carnell Tate, the most prototypical X and one of the most prototypical Z's in the draft.
Yeah, and you got arguably two of the top 6 receivers in this class.
For me, yeah, Boston was 6, so yeah, 2 of the top 6. I'll tell you what, whoever's playing quarterback for them next year, at least will not be bereft of weapons. I'll give them that.
Shedeur.
Well, I keep hearing this, and I pray it's not true, but everyone who opens their mouth about the quarterback competition is saying Watson has it in the bag, essentially, if he's healthy, which is insane to me on 50 different levels, most of them moral levels. But even on football perspective is also insane to me, but whatever.
My thing is just like, what it looks like with Deshaun Watson. Like, it's not going to go that well. Like, you might be like, at best case scenario with Deshaun Watson is that he plays well enough that you can't draft his replacement.
That's the problem. Yeah, but I don't know.
At least if you have Shedeur in there and he plays well enough that you can't draft your replacement, you have somebody that maybe can get better. Theoretically.
Yeah. Yeah,
Watson, the returns of Watson are only going to be diminishing, and he's up for another contract soon, isn't he?
Yep. Well, they can get out of his contract after this year, which they will, by the way.
Unless they go like 10-7 this year and they end up paying him more.
I mean, honestly, I hope that happens because I'm a Steelers fan, but I also don't want to see Watson play football ever again. Also, this is our Mason Thomas to the Chiefs.
Love it.
He's not the edge I would take at this point.
No.
But I think the one, it would be Cassius Howell would be the next for me, which I think Cassius Howell is just better our Mason Thomas. So that kind of is funny to think about. Who else?
Yeah, Thomas is more effort, but
yeah, but I think Howell's just better at like all the pass rushing stuff. So, I mean, they did need more edge help. This is a different type of player than what they have in the room, so I like the idea of it, but just not who I would have taken here. I don't think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Akis. Howell.
Well, Akis, the problem with Akis, I like Akis, but he is the same thing they have times 3 then.
Yeah.
So I'd get them getting like a true like DPR type of pass rusher, but I just think there's other ones that'd be better at the same thing. That's all. That's my only issue with it. Really.
And I also at this point in the second round, I think the qualms over Zion Young start to fade a little bit.
I hope he's the pick at 43
for the Steelers.
For the Dolphins.
Dolphins, yeah.
Because I could very easily write up something about that because I can just be like, he's good. Send it in.
But also, you let Zion Young run loose in Miami.
Well,
I don't know how long he's going to stay out of jail.
Well, I'm not going to assume that until it happens. So
fair.
We're just gonna roll with it and see what happens. The Bengals finally get to pick in this draft because they now have Dexter Lawrence on the team, which that's fascinating.
Yeah.
Are they the McCoy team? Do they say, screw it, we need talented players, and if he doesn't play for us, whatever. It is what it is.
Have they done anything for their offensive line yet?
Well, they haven't done anything because they have Dexter Lawrence.
No, but I mean, in the offseason.
No, not that I'm aware of.
So, Orlando Brown's solid.
But for how much longer? Because I think he's in his 30s. They could just take Orlando Brown Jr. again and just take Markel Bell. Because that's who I kind of comp him to. That would be.
This could also be a center.
It's just too early for any of this is too early for any of the centers, I think. Oh no, it's Cassius Howell, which actually
makes sense. I mean, they need to just get better on defense.
Yeah, they need a fastball. Yeah, they said a fastball. They need that actual fire breather edge opposed to all the guys they have now, which are we'll get there eventually. Yeah. You know,
Cassius Howell 36 on our board.
It's a good value for the Bengals.
Yeah. What number do McCoy comes off the board at this point?
The Jets at 44 could take him. He's their type, and they don't have to. I mean, I know they're trying to win this year because everyone's going to get fired if they don't. But they might view him as a guy that if he can play this year would help them win. And for the future, then they lost Sauce in the Sauce trade, obviously.
Yeah.
That makes a ton of sense. I don't think Baltimore would take him because they're not really good with it. They don't like the injury stuff, I don't think. I mean, if Tampa got Ruben Bain and Jermon McCoy. That's 2 top 7 players for me. 45 picks.
Yeah. I mean, shit, they're already the fact that they got Bain. If they got Bain and McCoy,
if those two, well, Bain, I'm not worried about health wise, but if McCoy plays, and that's nasty.
Yeah. I mean, whenever he does play, he's gonna be solid.
Yeah, he's gonna be good. So the Saints are up. So I will probably have to run in a second for the Miami pick once we get it. But just letting you know. But I will be on as much as I can. Like I said, hopefully we get people on here in a little bit.
Steve should be hopping on soon,
right?
I haven't heard anything from Mario yet.
Gotcha. Okay.
But it'll be all right. I can run my mouth with the best of them.
I know. I'll be trying to listen in weekend. Christian Miller to the Saints. I like that.
I
like it.
not this early.
I mean, I had him
third round grade.
I had him 33, so he's my second defensive tackle.
Yeah, a lot of people really like him.
I think he's exactly what the NFL wants, which is someone who could play up and down the line as a 3 tech. He can play some nose. He can handle a 5 technique role sometimes. He's got more pass rush to him than like a Caden McDonald, but he's not as stout. So he's kind of like that in between of all the guys.
Here's the problem. He tries to do all of those things on every play.
Hey, man, he's a Georgia defensive player. I'm just rolling with what I think he's capable of.
He does whatever. Yeah, but like Georgia's defense is not real life.
Like, I know, but you have to try to figure it out, man. Yeah, listen, he was being told just to do it. Like, I think if a team tells him to do this, he'll be like, all right, cool.
I'll do that. How much better is he going to be? Like, is he going to, I don't know.
Hey, man, Peter Woods and Caleb Banks and Caden McDonald are already off the board. It's not like they're getting, not like he's getting taken over those guys at this point. So at this point, I think he's definitely the best defensive tackle left on the board.
I mean, I would rather Lee Hunter's still on the board.
I end up I think Hunter, like, again, I like the pass rush from him, but it was in spurts. If he can rush the passer the way I was hoping he could, then he would go ahead of Miller for me. But I just don't know how much I can trust that with his body type and athleticism.
Fair.
But I also wouldn't hate it for a team in this range too.
Yeah.
But I am very curious.
The Dolphins on the clock. They took they had 2 picks yesterday.
Yep, they took Proctor, which yuck. And then they took Chris Johnson at 27, which I liked with the fit with the scheme especially. So yeah, hopefully I don't hate the pick this time. I didn't hate the last pick, but
see. I think this. Yeah, they took Proctor.
I think this should be an edge or receiver, whichever they like.
It's got to be a receiver, right?
It should be a receiver, but it depends on which they like more. Because Boston is off the board. I would have loved it to be him. For me, this would be Jeremy Bernard next, pretty comfortably.
Yeah.
For you, it'd be Surratt. I know.
Yeah. My next couple receivers would be Surratt or actually no. I think the next receiver I have. It'd be Surratt or Brazel.
Yeah, Brazel. I can't touch him until end of day 2, personally.
Yeah,
I don't trust that offense as far as I can throw it.
That's fair. Ted Hurst also. I think we're starting to get into his range.
I hope not, because I'd love them to get him at 75 because that's where I think he should be drafted. But I know he's going to probably go ahead of that. So if you do what you got to do, I suppose.
Yeah.
The Steelers fan in me wants the Dolphins to skip receiver because I want one of the good ones to make it to 53 because it looks like the Steelers are going to sit there and take 12 picks this year and keep 6 of them on the roster because they're stupid. But yeah, I am not sure what to expect here.
Speaking of the Steelers, it's been impressive so far this draft weekend. Aaron Rodgers has somehow not found a way to make it about him.
Yeah. Also, the Cowboys just traded for D. Winters from the Niners randomly. I guess he's their answer at linebacker for now. Okay.
That's such a random. Like, were there any picks involved?
Not that I'm. Well, it would be because I didn't see any other players involved besides Winters. So I don't know I don't think they have the specifics yet.
Like a 4th round pick tomorrow, maybe, or something like that.
I mean, the 4th round pick would probably be pushing it for D. Winters, but maybe. I am fascinated by who the Dolphins are going to take here.
Well, they just put Daniel Jeremiah's best available quarterbacks on the screen, which is frightening.
I'm going to kill myself. No. I don't know which I'd rather.
Beck stays home.
Carson Beck stays home. Well, they're happy whoever they took, so you guys better not be taking somebody fucking stupid. I'm gonna make fun of you on the internet. Actually, for real. That's what's gonna happen if you do it.
Yeah.
Oh,
the room is very.
I know who it is, and I love it. I love it, folks.
Did they
It's not
take?
it's not a receiver or an edge, but I still love it.
Is it Jacob Rodriguez?
It is Jacob Rodriguez. There it is, folks.
That was your bet. That was your best available after McCoy.
Yeah, it was. So I love it for them. Him and Brooks together in the same linebacker room for at least a year or two, probably. That'll be hard as fuck to do anything against.
Yeah.
They need to still get the front figured out. But
I like what they're doing this draft. I legitimately do.
I hate the Proctor pick with a passion, but I know why they did it. I just disagree with the thought process. But it was a 5th rounder for D Winters, by the way. But yeah, so Jacob Rodriguez, I'm gonna run and work on stuff related to that. I'll be listening in as best I can, Dalton. But if you need anything,
just keep an eye out for Steve hopping in.
Yep, I'll hear it in my ear if he does. So.
But yeah, Rodriguez, I mean, very good. I mean, one of the top linebackers on the board. He was 36 on our board. He was our best available linebacker. Personally, I was a little lower on him. I'm more of a CJ Allen guy. Also like Hill a little bit more. But I don't mind this pick at all. I think, for a team like the Dolphins that just need something that feels very surefire, a guy that's going to get everybody lined up, going to make a lot of plays, going to constantly be involved. I mean, the thing about Rodriguez that jumps out on tape, if you're watching like any of the draft shows right now on ESPN or NFL Network, the ball production is crazy. And he flies around the field like his hair's on fire. So, I worry about how he translates to the NFL, but it's hard to hate the pick. He's just an extremely likable player. He is a guy that will be a fan favorite for them very quickly. Up next, we got a trade. The Lions are moving up, and the pick is in. I'm going to see what the Lions traded for. It looks like so the Lions gave up 128 to move to the Jets to move up from 50 to 44. So the Giants or so the Lions, I mean, they took this could be a couple of things. Yesterday the Lions took Blake Miller. So I would imagine this is an edge. I'm wondering if this is Zion Young here. That makes a lot of sense for them. Could also be, I don't think they'd be in the market for, I mean, the pick is in. It's Derek Moore from Michigan. That makes sense. For them, they needed like a fire breather off the edge. I think there might have been better ones available here, but I don't think it's that big of a reach. So on our board, he wasn't too far down on our board. I know Shane loved Derek Moore. Derek Moore was, I think, Shane's guy going back to last year, even. Is that right, Shane? I don't.
I don't know. I like the Michigan edge from last year the Rams took, and he was really good as a rookie. That's who it was. But I do like Derek Moore decent, but I think he was like in the 60s for me. So this is still a reach, but I like this type of player for the Lions.
You're good. Yeah, he was 71 on our consensus board. Like Shane said, little bit of a reach. Personally, he was my Oh, let me get down the board a little bit. 108. He was 108 overall on my board. He was edge 17. So definitely feel like there's a lot better guys out there. Like, I mean, I had him right behind Romello height. So, like, this is definitely a reach. But hey, Detroit's seem to make a lot of these guys work. So, not going to fault them too much. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to get into this pick here. I mean, because, yeah, if you're taking a guy this high, they need to be able to actually play on all three downs. And I don't know if he's going to do that in the NFL. I just really have trouble seeing it. So we'll see. I mean, luckily, like the Lions do have deep enough of a roster where maybe they can just make him a DPR. But I don't know. I don't really like the idea of spending a top 50 pick on a DPR. That feels like a lot to me. And moving up to get him. Who were you competing with for him is my wonder. But they clearly felt like other people liked him a lot. You know, that's the fun thing about the trades. They do tell you who the league is very clearly high on because teams feel like they have to jump ahead. So like when a guy is a reach and a trade up, clearly means the league thought a lot more highly of somebody than the rest of us did. But the Ravens pick is in. They took Ioane yesterday. I wonder if this is a receiver. They could also, they also need a lot of help on the defensive side of the ball. This could be any number of spots on the defensive side of the ball. This could be McCoy or McNeil Warren. Yeah, this could be any number of guys. But let me see. Let me make sure I cross out everybody that's been picked. And I'm not missing anybody. But yeah, assuming our board's up to date, Jermon McCoy is the best player available. Then it's McNeil Warren and D'Angelo Pons. I think we're in Pons territory here. You also wonder if this is Zion Young. But then again, I don't know if the Ravens are ready to take another edge with a significant rap sheet after how poorly it went the first time around or the last time around. Could also see Lee Hunter here. That's probably the fifth guy. That's the fifth guy on our board, best available. Hunter, I think, actually makes a lot of sense for them, unless they decide to go wide receiver. And then that's when we start getting into the Elijah Surratt, Chris Brazell territory, Jeremy Bernard. But if I had to guess, I think they're going to keep building this from the inside out and just try to get better in the trenches on both sides of the ball. I think this is Lee Hunter. Their pick is in. We'll see who it is here in a second. It's gotta be Lee Hunter. Unless they go DB, Lee Hunter or any DB. I think any defensive back here would be a very good pick for them as well. But I imagine it's got to be somewhere on the defensive side of the ball. You hire Mike McDonald to make that defense better. You got to let him get some guys to do that. And then they added Trey Hendrickson. Tried to add Max Crosby. Didn't work out. Well, they chose for it to not work out. Never forget that. The Ravens just straight up just backed out on a trade. But the pick is in. And it is Big trust. Flock Nation. All right, just read the pick. This is... Oh, man, they're still talking about this flag football thing and the State Athletic Association. I guess because Maryland just added flag football as like an actual high school sport. That's cool. Zion Young. Wow, they did it. They did the thing. Of all the teams to draft Zion Young, the Baltimore Ravens might be the funniest team. I mean, it can't work out. It can't not work out twice, right? You can't, like, doing the Mike Green thing just again. I mean, they're very different players, and with very different off-field issues. I mean, Mike Green's are a lot worse, but
Shane, Ravens seem to have a type. Yeah, the Ravens seem to have a type, don't they?
Yeah.
Not sure. I mean, I love the player. This is a huge steal for them if you're talking about on the field, but
exactly
off the field, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, just of all the teams to do that,
they are the funniest. You're right. Like that's. They also, though, if it works, are going to be scary as hell to play.
Correct.
Against.
Correct. Like, I mean,
is this the Jermon McCoy pick, by the way? Let's watch. Yeah. I'm curious. I'm still working on stuff, obviously, but I just wanted to chime in on this one too.
Yeah. Is this is going to be Jermon McCoy, isn't it? The Bucs are going to get two players that they had absolutely no business getting.
Yep, that'd be funny. They did this with Morrison
without doing anything. Is it Rondé Barber?
I think so. They did this with Morrison last year, if you remember, too.
With who?
Morrison last year.
Yeah, they did.
They do it again. So.
They're just like, we're just going to sit and just let the league fuck up the draft and take advantage.
They're doing the Eagles thing, but like somehow crazier than normal.
Yeah. Well, the Eagles do like, they pounce and move up.
That's true. Yeah, the Bucs are just like, we'll take them, sure.
Yeah.
Let's see if this is even the pick, obviously. But Josiah Trotter, linebacker need is filled with him.
Ooh,
interesting.
I mean, a little early for me, but like,
even for me, I like him, but that's a little early. But it fills a need. Good player. Good player overall. NFL bloodlines, obviously, we know that.
Yeah. I think the upside on him is really high.
Yeah, that's kind of where I landed with him. Where I'm like,
I think there's a lot to like, just because I do think the floor, even like the floor is just a thumper linebacker that can't cover
defense. My high end comp for him, if he doesn't figure out the coverage at all, is Jordan Brooks. Actually. That's who I think he could end up being, that type of like run and chase and thumping linebacker that can be an all pro caliber player from a run defense standpoint, get you, a really good player, but maybe not necessarily. Oh, the Steelers are at pick 47. I'm cooked.
They moved up.
I'm assuming this is for a receiver, hopefully, and one I like, hopefully.
Sure.
That's the hope for me.
I hope it is for you too.
Yeah, I for me this would be Jeremy Bernard of the guys who are left on the board, but we'll see.
Oh man, I really hope it's not what I worry it is.
Who do you worry? Zachariah Branch?
No.
Who?
If you move up, I imagine it's for a certain position.
Oh, a quarterback, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, if it's quarterback, we're cooked. It's over. The stream's over, at least for me. I won't be back. You'll just hear my mic cut off, and that'll be the end of the stream for me. I'll just be furiously typing away as I criticize everything that's ever been done by the city of Pittsburgh. They can't do this to the city two games in a row, right? or 2 days in a row. They can't fuck up 2 days in a row, right? They can't do that while they're hosting the draft.
The best thing I heard about the Aganacore pick was like, this is what happens when you're on the clock in fantasy and it runs out of time and they auto pick.
It's like, I don't even dislike the pick being Iheanacho. I like that.
Yeah.
I don't like that they had Mekhi Lemon on the phone and then we're like, oops, my bad. The Eagles jumped us. That's the part that's stupid.
Yeah.
That's the only reason it's bad. Like, so if they trade up for a quarterback, you didn't trade up for Lemon, but you traded for quarterback if they did. That's atrocious. It would be
this might be Surratt.
I mean, I wouldn't love that, but it would still be better than what you're talking about.
Especially with having like the Cignetti connection.
Yeah.
I think this is Surratt. If it's a receiver, I think it's Surratt.
It's Jeremy Bernard, which I love. It is Jeremy Bernard.
It is Jeremy Bernard.
They did it. All right, sweet. That's who I would have wanted.
Okay.
They didn't fuck up, at least for me. That's awesome.
They moved up and got their guy. Like they did. A very un-Steelers thing.
I know. All right, I'm happy with that. I got to run now, though, but
yeah, have fun.
Back to that one. So
have fun. Happy writing. So yeah, Jeremy Bernard. I think we missed out on a great crash out if that was Carson Beck, which is what I was legitimately kind of convinced of. But it does make sense the fact that they had Lemon on the phone that they would go receiver here, and Jeremy Bernard could do a lot of Mekhi Lemon things, and like I don't mean that sarcastically. I think I worry about Jeremy Bernard really being anything more than just a guy, but they also need just some dudes, and I think that he will be productive for them. So yeah, I don't hate this pick at all. A little early for me personally. I liked a couple of the other receivers on the board here ahead of him. I mean, for me, Bernard was more in the 60s range. He was my wide receiver 13. So I had a few guys ahead of him in this class. But in terms of like slot plus some other things, like an inside out type receiver, he was one of the better ones available. You could argue he had a little more upside than Surratt. So if that's kind of what they were looking for, I get it. He might also, he can also do more things outside than like a Jacoby Lane could. So I don't mind that pick for them. Where are we at here? I got to start getting, all right, my laptop's charged enough that I can go to dual screen. So that way I can watch the draft and have like our big board up simultaneously as I'm one man showing it here. We should have other people in here very soon, but yeah, all right. Now we're cooking with 2 screens. So Atlanta pick is in. Turn off closed captions. Atlanta, they took that's right. Yeah. They didn't have a first round pick. This is their first pick of the draft. This could be any number of things. I would imagine somewhere on the defensive side of the ball, they have so many needs there. Lee Hunter could make a lot of sense here. This also feels like McCoy still, because I think they're a team that is not super serious about competing right this second. So I think they could very comfortably take a guy that might not really pay off for a year. I think this makes a lot of sense, but also like maybe the Falcons need to take a break from drafting guys that get hurt a lot, and just generally bringing in guys that get hurt a lot. But it makes a lot of sense. McCoy's best player on the board by a very wide margin. He's just got to come off the board. I think this is legitimately going to be McCoy. That's my prediction. It makes a lot of sense. And I think, yeah, we'll see though. Just generally, I don't know. What would be the most Falcons pick? I mean, kind of McCoy. God, what would be a really funny Falcons pick right now? I mean, it probably is, honestly, McCoy.
Do you want to know who it is?
A corner who their pick is, or
the brother of their top corner.
Who's their top corner?
AJ Terrell.
Oh, so they took Avion Terrell.
Yep.
I like that. I forgot.
That's close. That's closer to where we had him as a consensus. So
yeah.
This isn't a bad pick, but yeah, it's just kind of funny that they did that. Yeah.
That is a very Falcons pick.
Yeah. Almost bang on value actually for the consensus.
Yeah, we were all 44 on our board.
Yeah. This is closer to where I had him, especially. I think I had him in like 51 or so.
Oh man, I just had a flashback to like 2010. Michael Turner.
Oh hell yeah, dude!
I have not heard that name in so long.
That's a running back, folks.
That's a Jonah Coleman type of running back. Just not really any kind of an athlete at all.
No, actually, I disagree with that because Michael Turner was somehow one of the faster running backs in the league when he was playing.
When he got downhill,
yeah. But Coleman has no long speed at all. That's the problem with him. And also the burst is not as much as you would want it to be. I think that's what's going to kill him. As much as I like him as a player, he's the type of running back that I generally like kind of gravitate towards because I understand what he is. But I think the NFL is like, we don't have to draft that player high.
Is that his brother? Is that AJ Terrell?
I'm assuming. I'm not sure.
That's cool. That's really cool. Like, good for them.
It is cool. Yeah. But back to the drawing board.
What's he going to do? Do they really need nickel that bad? Or do they think he's going to be an outside corner? Because you watch our show regularly, he's not an outside corner in the NFL. I mean, well, they took Billy Bowman last year, who's playing their nickel right now. And they got Mike Hughes opposite AJ Terrell. So, yeah, I imagine they think he's going to – I imagine the plan is for him to replace Mike Hughes. That would be my guess. But, yeah, we'll see. 44 on our board, so, like, not bad value. It works out. We got a trade, though. The Panthers are moving up. They took Freeling earlier. I'm wondering if this is a receiver. This feels like it could be Surratt. Other needs, I mean, this could also be one of the corners. Or this could also be Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. The only thing is, I mean, you pair Emmanuel McNeil-Warren with Trevon Merrick, you're going to make teams very scared to throw over the middle. So that could be a fun pairing. It's also a lot of similar stuff. I mean, Merrick can play a little more deep. I mean, you could make that work. But I don't know. I think this feels like Surratt. He would pair very nicely with Tet. Yeah, I think that actually makes a lot of sense. Looks like they already know what the pick is. I don't know. This guy actually no. This guy has no idea what anything is right now. The guy they got on the screen on NFL Network. That guy with the mohawk mullet. Oh man, he looked like he started drinking at noon. But here we go. The pick is in. This feels like Surratt. Is this Jake Delhomme? Is that Jake Delhomme? God, I'm so old that these guys are like brought back. Ooh, Lee Hunter. Great value. He was 37 on our board. I believe he was the third highest defensive tackle for us. Yeah, he was our number on our consensus board. By far the best defensive tackle still available on our board. I mean, by a lot. Like, I think the next D tackle we had was Big Citrus, Dominique Orange, and that was 63. So, yeah, I like Hunter a lot. His body is just really weird. That's the only thing. Like, he's just got this really weird, like, box-shaped body. But the way he just starches people with his get-off, his power, and his long arms, I think he actually holds up better in the run game than he gets credit for. And I think he could end up being a pretty solid pass rusher. So I like that pick a lot. Especially like with what Carolina has. You now pair Lee Hunter with Derek Brown and who else do they have up there? So yeah, you got Derek Brown, Bobby Brown, and Bobby Brown's probably getting replaced with Lee Hunter. So you're probably gonna have Hunter, Derek Brown, and Nick Scorton all up there. You know, it's not a lot of finesse, but it sure is a lot of power. That is a scary amount of power on one defensive front. Yeah, you better have 5 stout offensive linemen that can anchor well, because if you don't, someone's getting knocked on their ass on a pretty regular basis. So I kind of like it. You know, sometimes the best thing you can do is just load up on one like aspect and just say there's too much of this that any like team could possibly defend. So yeah, I think the overload strategy there of just big, powerful people might actually work out pretty well for Carolina. I kind of like what they're doing on their front seven. The Jets are up after moving back. This is an interesting pick. They had a fun first round. They took David Bailey, and then Kenyon Sadiq. So they got an edge. They got a pass catcher. They're a team that I think would be comfortable taking McCoy. I do wonder if this is Carson Beck. I said it yesterday. Carson Beck to me felt like a guy that's going to end up in New York or LA. It's not going to be LA. So him sitting behind Geno Smith for a year, or sitting behind Geno Smith until Geno Smith either gets hurt or just becomes unplayable, is fun. And like a 3rd round pick at this point, you know, you're not married to him if you end up with like the number 1 overall pick. This would be, I could see this being Carson Beck, or I mean, the most Jets quarterback is Drew Aller, you know, because there's no way the Christian Hackenberg thing could not work twice. Taylon Green would also be interesting here, but I feel like his ceiling, or his most like attainable ceiling, is like Justin Fields. So I don't know. I could see quarterback here. This feels like it very much might be a quarterback. I think this is a quarterback or McCoy. That's right. They also got Omar Cooper Jr. Forgot about that. That's right. They got Sadiq and Omar Cooper Jr. last night. That's right. Yeah, this is a quarterback or Jermod McCoy. Calling it right now. Curtis, my favorite Martin, as Chris Berman used to say. Oh man, I feel so old with the guys they're bringing back tonight, because these are supposed to be like really old people, not like guys I watched playing. Oh, so they do go corner, but they go with somebody that can actually play right away. That's a fun pick. That was probably the best corner available that can play right away. I like that pick. He was 31 on our board, so like first roundish value. Like, yeah, the value there is tremendous. And Aaron Glenn, I do think, is the type of guy that is smart enough to know to not play him at nickel. So I think that's actually a really good pick. I like that a lot for them. The Jets are low-key having a really good draft. I mean, I think the David Bailey pick got roasted a little bit too much. I don't think it was that bad of a pick. I mean, yeah, you come away with Bailey, Sadiq, Cooper, and Pons. Whew. This is a draft. This is a hell of a draft. One has to wonder how much it matters for the guys currently in charge, if they're going to actually get to see this rebuild through. But, you know, pretty solid so far for the Jets. Pick is in for the Vikings. They took Caleb Banks yesterday in a wild pick. This could be Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. This would actually be a decent Harrison Smith replacement. That actually makes a lot of sense. I could also see this being CJ Allen. That's kind of where I'm leaning for them. Top 5 best available on our board right now are still McCoy, McNeil-Warren, CJ Allen, Pregnon, and Surratt. Pregnon, I don't really think would be the pick here. I mean, I think if they go guard, it's Dunker. Golday. Wow. Jake Golday. Whoa. So the league hates CJ Allen. That's my first takeaway. The league really hates CJ Allen. I mean, shit. Jake Golday. So let me find him on our consensus board. He was 69 on our consensus board. So pretty, I mean, not a huge reach, but I mean, in terms of linebackers available, on our board, he was the second highest linebacker on our board, right ahead of Kyle Lewis, who's not really a linebacker. But yeah, I believe that was the only other linebacker we were super high on. Although, where was Anthony Hill? Yeah, Anthony Hill was also ahead of him. So yeah, they could have gone Allen or Hill. Both would have made a lot more sense than this pick. I mean, Jake Golday has moved up on my board a significant amount since the beginning of this process. Back in September, I had a 7th round grade on him though, because I didn't know, because he seemed like neither an edge nor off-ball linebacker. Now it seems like he's going to be an off-ball linebacker, but I mean, he's like a pure thumper Sam linebacker in a 4-3. Maybe in a 3-4, he's the weak side outside linebacker. He's the coverage outside linebacker in a 3-4. I just don't know. I just don't see him as a true like inside linebacker. And in an age where you don't really have that many of those guys on the field anymore, at one time, I don't know. There were so many better, more valuable linebackers on the board here. Not a big fan of this pick. Yeah. Let me see if I can. So yeah, he was 107 on my board. He was my linebacker 7. So yeah, just a lot of linebackers I would have liked a little bit more than Golday here, but you know, we'll see for them. Where are my notes on Golday? So yeah, the length is interesting at 6'4", 240. Can do a lot of different things, but yeah, I just wonder what it's going to look like in the next level. But who knows? The Packers pick is in yesterday. Green Bay went with that's right. They did not have a first round pick, because they traded it for Micah Parsons, obviously. This could really be anything, considering they haven't picked yet. I know. I feel like I've been saying it for so long now, but could this be McCoy? Although, yeah, I just don't know how far he's going to fall if it's true that he's not going to play at all this year. At this point, I think we almost have to just write him off until someone picks him. Looking past McCoy, they could go a lot of different places. I mean, almost anywhere on the defensive side of the ball. If they do go corner, Brandon Cisse is probably the next best one. Keith Abney. Yeah, I don't know. I think if you're the Packers, you could also look at beefing up the offensive line a little bit. Was not great at times. Could this be a Pregnon or a Dunker? Dunker feels like a Packer. Get one of those. Get an Iowa boy for Josh Jacobs from behind. That feels like it makes a lot of sense. Oh, this is a guard. They got John Kuhn coming out to give out the pick from Central PA. This is a guard. I think this is Jennings Dunker here. Oh, okay. So it wasn't that far off. Mentioned Cisse like a couple seconds ago, so interesting. I guess best corner available. They couldn't cover to save their lives last year, so the Packers. So this pick makes a lot of sense because especially if McCoy's not going to play right away, this pick makes a lot of sense. Just freaking man coverage. Can do a lot of really good things. I think this will be a good pick for them. My notes on Cisse were I do think so one of the things that I thought with him that's interesting is I do wonder if I do wonder what he can do at the next level. I think right away he could be a very good nickel right off the bat. He could be a tight end eraser till he figures out some of the nuances of playing outside. Because he's a freak athlete and he's got great recovery ability, very physical, and I think can do a lot of different things for them. I just wonder how long it's going to be before he's just very raw. The instincts really aren't there. And especially in off man, just doesn't understand how much space to give up. And if the route's really well stemmed, he's going to bite. And he just one-on-one on an island, I do worry about him, but I think he'll do something at a high level right away for them and could eventually be a legit outside corner. The Colts. Pat McAfee at the podium. Colts are another team that traded away their first round pick for Sauce Gardner. Pat McAfee just said Sauce Gardner is better than all of your first round draft picks. Love that. I don't know if I agree with that after the year he had. This feels like it's got to be an edge. Ooh, CJ Allen here. I don't hate that at all just because of the value. They just generally needed to add defensive players. So I can
Dalton, real quick, Dalton, to add to this since I've been listening. Go look at their linebacker depth chart before CJ Allen was drafted.
Who? Yeah, that's bad.
That's kind of my point. I'm not a CJ Allen guy, but this is closer to where I had him. I had him 57th on my board. They needed a linebacker, and he's one. So
yeah, he was 41 on our consensus board. I think I had him in the 30s on my board. Yeah, he was 37 on my board. He was my linebacker 3. And that's counting Arvell Reese. If Arvell Reese were an off-ball linebacker. But after Styles, he was really the next best true off-ball linebacker. So I really like it. Gets him lined up, makes a lot of tackles, can do some things in coverage because he is just a good athlete. I think this is tremendous value at 53. Oh, the Eagles. The Eagles would take. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it till he gets picked. But the Eagles, a lot of different directions they could go. They moved up for Lemon. This feels like it could be McNeil Warren. Box safety kind of makes sense for them. Because what do they Let me pull up their depth chart here. I'm trying to remember who their box safety currently is. Yeah, it's Marcus Epps, who not getting any younger. Also, he could also do more free safety things if you don't like Makuba, or if you don't think Makuba's ready. But I think Makuba and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren paired together could be a lot of fun. They also like the Toledo DBs. Know that. That's a fun pick. I'm not a huge Stowers guy, but for the Eagles, it'll work. I feel like we're definitely seeing they are really leaning into, okay, we're just going to run a lot of RPO and quick hitting passes with Jalen Hurts. You know, they took Mekhi Lemon yesterday, Eli Stowers now. Yeah, you can very much see like what direction they're leaning into. And I think anyone that thought that they weren't sure how they felt about Jalen Hurts, that's been put to bed this draft. Everything they have done in this draft feels like they are very much trying to build this team around Jalen Hurts. They're also very clearly trading away anyone in the locker room that like him. So yeah, this pick makes a lot of sense. So Eli Stowers on our consensus board was 57, so right around this range. Yeah, I mean, I was a little lower on him. He was actually pretty significantly down, or no, he was 61 on my board, so he was my tight end 4, but that's because I'm more of an Eli Raritan guy. But I know I'm not in the majority on that. But the Patriots are back up after taking Lomu yesterday. So the offensive line looks good to go for them. We know they're almost certainly trading for A.J. Brown because tampering. This feels like an edge. Would make a lot of sense if they don't go Emmanuel McNeil-Warren here. This feels like an edge. And I'm just wondering, looking at like what edges are left, Akis would be a very weird fit in New England. Jaysean Barham maybe, but the edges have been pretty picked over. Could be McNeil-Warren. Also wonder if this could be a tight end here, more of like a traditional tight end, like a Max Clare. Because let's see, what do they have right now? I believe, yeah. So you got Hunter Henry, and then that's about it. So they definitely could go Max Clare here. That actually, I'm thinking this is Emmanuel McNeil-Warren or Max Clare. That's kind of what I'm thinking here. And yeah, Claire makes a lot of sense, especially if they want to run the ball. Like I think they're if they want a little more balance, you know, get TreVeyon Henderson more involved in the offense. I think Claire gives them the balance that they kind of need, especially because of like you need to have play action if you're going to take advantage of AJ Brown, because you need AJ Brown to have more one-on-one matchups. I think this could be Max Clare if they don't go defense here. But they sure are taking their good old time. It's been kind of nice the way like the pacing's been, but also like this pick might actually already be in. Let's see if ESPN has it. It's not. It hasn't been spoiled yet on ESPN. I'm sure if I wanted to, I could find it on Twitter. Um, but yeah, I think. I mean, yeah, I'm leaning. We're gonna say Max Clare. If Manuel McNeil Warren were gonna come off the board, I think it would have happened by now. If he were coming off the board as early as like everyone was talking about him, I think it would have happened by now. At this point, I don't know if he's going until 60, 60 plus. So yeah, Max Clare here. Maybe this commercial is a precursor to the fact that they're taking like one of the athletic freaks from Navy. That'd be hilarious. Also, we do have to wonder who's running the room right now in New England, because Mike Vrabel's down bad right now. Oh, Goodell's announcing the pick. They didn't bring in like Teddy Bruschi or somebody. Gabe Akis. Wow, they did go edge here. This feels like a bit of a reach. I mean, he was 54 on our consensus board. Just compared to what's still there, I don't know. But I like it. He's a wrestler. The problem is you don't really see that wrestler mentality because he comes off the field all the time. Like, yeah, the tape looks excellent. Literally the only flaw, we've talked about this a lot with him, is he a 3-down player? Because they just, like, is he incapable of being out on the field more, or did they just not let him? And it's just so hard to know.
There's nothing about his profile, not to jump in here randomly,
Oh, you're good.
Do we know if Steve wants to join tonight at any point?
Yeah, I think it got pushed back because the Jets moved back.
Oh, right. Okay, that's fine. I was just curious because I didn't notice anything. I didn't see him, so I was.
Yeah, I think because the Jets have kind of moved around a little bit. I think that's been a big reason why he is not able to hop on right now.
That's fine. I was just curious. I was hoping I didn't miss it.
No.
But yeah, I just wanted to check in on
that. So,
also, did you hear the Jonathan Grenard situation?
No.
He's an Eagle for 2 third-round picks, one this year and one next year.
Wow, and the Vikings drafted. The Vikings took a linebacker, right?
Golday.
They took Golday, yeah.
Yeah.
So that makes sense.
They probably are just going to have what's his face, Dallas Turner be a full-time starter, and then Ginkle is still there, so they'll probably do that for this year.
So Ginkle's the only one that can cover anybody.
Yeah, but again, we're talking about edge rushers here, so.
I mean, Golday.
The Vikings. No, I'm saying the Vikings are going to stick with Turner and Ginkle at edge, and then Golday was a linebacker pick for them.
Yeah,
and they're trading Grenard to the Eagles.
People. Oh, we got Paul Posluszny announcing the pick.
Oh, dude, this is a surprise pick.
He looks. First, I got to say that Paul Posluszny looks great. And who?
Nate Berkshire, the Texas A&M tight end.
Who? I say again, who?
I've watched a little bit of him. He wasn't on my board because I didn't watch enough of him. But yeah, this is reminiscent. To be fair, this worked out. Brenton Strange was a surprise pick for me this early when the Jaguars did it, and it worked out. Maybe this will be the case too, but I didn't watch him very much, so.
But like,
didn't take much.
Do they really need it? Like, I don't know. Of all the tight ends that were like, this is a pretty solid.
Max Clare still on the board.
Max Clare, Eli Raritan.
I like Stowers a lot, or not Stowers. I like Delp a lot because I think there's untapped potential there.
Roush.
Yeah, Roush. Fascinating. As I leave you on that.
But also, do you see Paul Posluszny? Like, he looked, not to get too off track, but Paul Posluszny looked really good for being out of the league a decade.
That's a guy that just is probably going to always look like that until he dies.
Probably. God, he did not get. He was one of the most underrated players in the league his entire career. One of the, I mean, I think legitimately one of the best linebackers in the league for a very long time, and just didn't really get recognized for it because he played in Buffalo and Jacksonville at very dark times.
Yeah, he was very much a light, a very dim light in the tunnel for those teams during that time period. Tough scenes.
But I think he was still like the captain of that Jacksonville defense when they were like, when they made the run with Bortles, right?
No, he was out of the league for a while by then.
Oh shit.
That was you're thinking of he was a Browns linebacker too, I think, or something like that. I forget who you're talking about, but I know who you're thinking of. Oh, Miles Jack was the Jaguars linebacker too, but there's another one in there too. I forget, but
yeah. Linebackers is the board right now. And there's still defensive backs that are sitting there that I just cannot believe. I mean, we're at the point where our consensus board looks hilarious.
Oh yeah.
Because like it's just a wall of gray, or like a small wall of gray, and then Jermod McCoy, and then a whole lot of gray, Neil Warren, and then a whole lot of gray, and then it becomes like a somewhat normal board again. Emmanuel McNeil Warren, I am surprised. I mean, he had a late second round grade from me. I didn't think the league felt that way though, from what I was hearing. So, and it seemed like generally most people did not see him as a guy that should fall this far. So, very curious to see what happens there. Is there anything we don't know there?
Not that I'm aware of. But
yeah,
it would be funny if the Bears got both of the top 3 safeties that outside of Downs and just said, screw it, we're going to have the best safety room in the league.
Yeah. I mean,
it would be kind of funny. I'm not saying they should actually, in my opinion, you know who this pick would be for me? One of either this pick or the next pick at 60.
What do you think?
Sam Hecht.
Sam Hecht. I don't hate that.
That's what I would take. He's my top center, so that's where I would go. Yeah, but really just fair. One of the centers. I think this is the good range for one of the actual centers.
Logan Jones, Connor Liu.
Yeah, I think Liu could be the upside play if they want to let it ride with what's his face they traded from the Patriots for this year and just ride it out. But I would take Hecht. I think he might actually take is Bradbury, by the way, Garrett. I think he could take his job as a rookie.
Yeah.
Actually. So
see, I think Jones is a big upside pick.
I think he could be, but isn't he like 25 or something? Or am I thinking of
but he's only been playing the position for a couple of years, and also he's only been playing offensive line for a couple of years.
That's true. Yeah, and from an upside, sure, but I don't know. It just center's weird. I feel like they don't last as long as tackles and guards.
True.
That's the other
problem. But they also all offensive linemen don't really hit their prime until 23, 24.
No, you're right. Yeah, I'm just saying I don't know if he has quite the same. Then I don't know how old Sam Hecht is. I'm assuming he's not 24 or anything, but maybe he is.
I imagine he's like most of them here in 22, 23.
That's what my guess would be, but I'm not sure.
Which is young now for the draft.
Yeah, nowadays it's like, this kid barely played.
Yeah, you get a 20-year-old. Oh, did I just disappear?
For a second, you did.
Oh no, I'm back. Okay, that's good. Cool. But yeah, no, I think this feels like it could be an edge. Especially because if you're gonna get an edge, it's got to be now. And Barham, Barham
would be
feels like
fun.
someone that they would get into.
Not
Our
their
next class,
type, at least not Dennis Allen's type, but I would like it personally.
yeah,
Akis is more their type.
yeah.
Did he go?
Akis went to he just went off the board to New England.
Oh, is that who New England took? I like that for them.
They took Gabe Akis, which is very fun. No,
I
Josh
like
Joseph would be more the Bears type here.
Who?
Joshua Joseph.
Oh, he's like the most anti-Bears edge rusher in the history of the sport.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he fits more the Dennis Allen mold, kind of, doesn't he?
No, he's 240, right? Like Dennis Allen's 270 plus at edge usually.
I mean, but like Allen usually deploys like some type of a fire breather too.
I mean, that I'm not 100% sure of, but yeah, Dennis Allen's a 270 plus edge type of guy for sure, usually.
Yeah.
Guess what? You got your wish, Dalton.
There we go. Logan Jones.
You did get Logan Jones off the board.
The league agrees.
Believes. They believe.
Logan Jones, just if you're watching one of the broadcasts right now, watch this guy just maul the shit out of people.
Good
His
player.
hands are just so violent. I mean, he's a converted D tackle, and it's so obvious, and it just looks like it. Well, there he just tackled somebody. But yeah, I just think that his feet and the violence in his hands and the quickness of his feet, yeah, he's going to be a very good center. I like that pick a lot for them. And yep, so Logan Jones was fairly low on our consensus board. I'm going to have to Command F that one, I think. 76 on our consensus board, so a bit of a reach. I think, though, if you need a center, it seems like this is when they're going to start coming off the board, so I like it. He was on my board. He was my center one. He was 58 on my board, so that was almost exactly where I felt like he should go, or like when he should go. So I like that pick. That's one of my favorite picks of the night, I think, so far. All right. Joe Hayden. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
The Browns are unfortunately killing the draft.
They are having a great draft. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren finally comes off the board. Yeah, where was he on a consensus board, you might ask? Oh, I forgot to cross off Parker. Oh, wait, that was on our I'm on mine, that's why. So yeah, on our consensus board, he was 30. So most of us felt like he should have been, and he had an average rank of 33.3. So yeah, we were all thinking fringe. So as an average, we were kind of like, yeah, fringe of the first round. And he goes at the tail end of the second round, which is around where I thought he should go. He was on my board, kind of right around this range. He was 51 on my board, so the value here for the Browns, very good. They're having a hell of a draft. Fano,
yeah, unfortunately for me,
moving back to 9 to get Fano, and then they end up with Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston. They basically just fixed their wide receiver room overnight. And they got a very good offense. They got the best offensive lineman in the draft, arguably. And they got the third best safety in the draft at a pretty good discount. I mean,
yeah,
yeah.
I don't know if it'll matter for a while, but this could be the beginning of a rebuild that would work out potentially.
And like, we still don't know. Like, Shedeur Sanders might end up still being, like, if Shedeur Sanders ends up getting to play and is an average quarterback, it's gonna be, he'll have a lot of chances to be successful if he actually gets to play. He'll have the supporting cast.
Yeah, you at least can evaluate him, I think, because you added all the offensive linemen on the planet to essentially just see who fits where, and you just put your best guys out there and go from there. And then when it comes to go ahead.
Sorry, no, you can finish.
So when it comes to the weaponry, it's like it's all young, but if they're as good as we think they could be, dude, Marlon Klein is the next tight end. What is going on with the tight end group?
Oh, you're a little ahead of me.
Sorry, I didn't.
You're good.
Yeah, who
is Marlon Klein?
He's Michigan. I know him. I just what?
These are guys that I didn't even like. They weren't even on like the radar to watch for me personally.
I knew about Klein, but the Steelers had him in his visit, and I think they thought they could get him in like the 5th round. And now he's the Texans 50 what or not the Texans 59th pick. What is happening?
I don't know.
With some of these tight end picks.
Is he like now I gotta do some homework. Marlon Klein. Oh, my everything's going crazy. Oh, am I still there?
As far as I know, yeah, you should be good.
Cool. Now, why did my YouTube TV pause?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, there we go. Now I'm good. I think. Kind of. My tabs are all just bugging out.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know what is happening. Everything's super slow. Maybe
I just probably because you're things open. Yeah. That's what happens with me sometimes, but I'm good right now.
But yeah, all right. Let's just try the handy dandy phone to look this guy up. Because yeah, I didn't have him. Was not ready to talk about Marlon Klein today.
He's primarily a blocking tight end, but he's a good athlete. He was originally from Germany, I believe. Came over to play football, I think, at one point.
Yeah, 23.
Yeah.
No, but 6'6", 248. Oh, and he'll be 24 in September.
Yeah.
And I'm imagining he has not played a lot of football.
I don't think so, no.
If he's coming over from Germany, so like, okay, that's one of the picks tonight.
He's a fascinating guy, but again, someone I would have taken a chance on in like the 5th round, not at 59.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. Like, I just don't know what we're doing with these tight ends tonight.
I don't know. A lot of them they're taking are not catching a lot of passes. I'll say that much, or at least they don't appear to be.
Yeah, I don't really get it. I mean, Max Claire's still on the board.
Yeah, you froze for a minute there, Dalton, just so you know.
Yeah, everything's very messed up for me right now.
Being goofy. Too many people on the internet. That's what I always say.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is I'm trying to stream television and like.
Oh yeah, that's part of it. See, I'm hardwired into my computer, so I don't have to really worry too much about my actual desktop setup. But
the problem is I'm not watching the draft on my TV. I'm watching it on my computer.
Yeah, I have a laptop behind my desktop watching the draft, so that's how I'm seeing it.
Oh, okay.
I have a little bit of a goofy setup, but one that works.
But yeah, I'm thinking this. So the Titans are back up. Feels like They haven't picked tonight, have they?
They picked a 35, didn't they?
Oh yeah. They had. Yeah, they picked it. They moved up to 31 to take Falk.
Oh, you're right. That's right. Never mind.
So yeah, they took Tate.
Yeah, because the Bills took Parker. Yeah.
This could be. Ooh. I think this is Dunker Pregnon.
That would be smart. I'd actually love Markel Bell here.
Oh.
Anthony Hill Jr.
It's none of what we said.
Nope. None of the things I said. I guess I'm just an asshole.
Did you see what it is?
Yeah.
Anthony Hill. I like that pick, actually. They needed more in defense, and yeah, my only thing with this pick, of course, is if you wanted a linebacker, why didn't you just take Sonny Styles?
Well, there's that, but they had to take Carnell Tate though.
They didn't though.
They did. They thought they did.
Yeah. Oh. So Anthony Hill, where was he on our board? He wasn't super far down. Yeah, he was 47 on a consensus board, so good value. I mean, just a very boilerplate NFL middle linebacker. That's just what he is. He is your standard run-of-the-mill NFL middle linebacker. He'll be very solid. I really like that pick for them. They kind of needed a boring draft. I think loading up on defense is the right call for Tennessee because the biggest issue right now with Cam Ward is that he tries to do too much. And ideally, if you get better on the defensive side of the ball, he doesn't have to do too much.
Yeah. I don't like Anthony Hill very much in this spot because I think I had him in the 80s on my board or something like that. Sure. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I think he's very much like a.
Hell yeah.
Oh, by the way, the Rams get Max Clare, so they're the ones who benefit from the
they needed another tight end.
Yeah, the team that didn't need a tight end is like, oh, I guess we'll just take one because he's here.
Especially someone that does very similar things to T. Ferg.
Yeah, they're just like, what if we had all the tight ends and you don't know who's playing what position and who's doing what? Who cares?
Yeah, interesting pick. But yeah, you had Anthony Hill. You had him at 81.
So yeah, that feels right. Yeah. He's fine. It's just I worry that he'll never be a great run defender because I just don't think he plays with that mentality, frankly. And I think in coverage he's athletic, but I don't know if he always knows what's happening in front of him or behind him. But he's a standard, like he'd be to me a standard third-round linebacker. You take him a little bit earlier than that. It's not the end of the world. And Saleh develops those guys like fucking gangbusters, so he'll be probably good for them.
Yeah. But this pick is fascinating. The Rams are probably having the strangest draft out of anybody. I mean, you move up for Ty Simpson when you seem like you're in win now mode, and then now you add Max Clare to a tight end room of Colby Parkinson, Terrence Ferguson, Tyler Higbee, Alan Davis, and Mark Redmond. So, I mean, Higbee, T. Ferg, and Colby Parkinson all feel very similar to Clare.
Parkinson's the only one that's super different. He's like that big body, like red zone threat type of guy, but he's the only one that's like truly different from each other, especially from like an overall standpoint.
Now, Clare might be better than all those guys.
But he could. I mean, I would have had Clare ahead of Ferguson, even though I liked him a lot if they were in the same class. I think that they're closer than maybe I think you might have had them. But I think Clare could absolutely be the best of that group, which means maybe it's fine because maybe it's going to be Ferg and Clare by next year at the latest. That's the two tight ends in that group because I know Higbee's up there and Parkinson's not old, I don't think, but
yeah, it's just It's just why? I think that's
weird.
my question.
Also, now, Denver moved back with the Bills.
Did Denver?
They were at 62 before.
Yeah,
because they traded their first for Waddle.
So the Bills are on the clock. They haven't taken a wide receiver yet, have they?
They have not, no.
They took TJ Parker.
Mm-hmm.
Is this Surratt?
God, 2 receivers whose biggest issue is I don't know if they can separate against anyone. That would be interesting.
Yeah, or is this... Ooh. Could this be Chris Brazell?
If it is, that might be the only way to make a Tennessee receiver good is to play him play with Josh Allen.
He'd be fun with Josh Allen.
He would be. He should be. But again, that might be the only way to make him good.
Here.
It would be fascinating, if nothing else.
And
I'd be interested.
I think you can swallow that a lot. I think you can take Chris Brazell at 62 feels a lot better than taking Denzel Boston at what
35 is what
35, yeah.
I mean, again, I have Brazell in the 80s, but that's a lot of that is me being unwilling to draft a Tennessee wide receiver, frankly.
Yeah.
So if you played for if you played for I don't know, insert random Big Ten school, then I'd probably have him in the 50s. So it's not probably a big deal, but just saying.
Yeah. I imagine that's the pick then, because they have to take a wide receiver here. Why are you bothering paying Josh Allen if all you're gonna do is have him hand the ball off to James Robinson and third tight ends?
Yeah.
Or James Cook. I don't know why I said James Robinson.
Yeah, James Robinson. Hey, that's
he just ignored it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. James Robinson's name I haven't heard in a minute.
Yeah.
Good player for a year, but whatever.
All right. So what do you think? Any thoughts on what the Bills might do here?
What's the Bills? They could take anyone. I don't know. Brazell would make sense because he's at least not a big receiver that's also not able to separate. So I would like that for them, but also they could literally take almost anything. I'd be like, all right. Oh no, did you know the pick?
No, but they brought Paul Posluszny back up for the Bills pick.
I like it. Oh, Davison Igbinosun. Interesting, to say the least. He's the least Bills corner I've ever seen in my life. Then again, they're not running the same defense anymore with my boy there, Jim Leonard being there now. So,
yeah. Oh, how much do you think that pained Posluszny to have to say the Ohio State?
Probably didn't feel good.
That had to have hurt his soul. Davison Igbinosun, by the way, 100 on our consent. I hadn't actually averaged him out yet. So
okay.
I'll just
that's all you need to know.
He was probably not in our top 100. He was 83 on Jake's board. He was 86 on Shane's board.
Yeah.
And he was 114 on my board. So I can tell you where he would have been.
What's that, late 90s?
Give me 1 second. 86 bits, that'd be 200, 283. So 94.33. So actually, he would have been okay. So he would have slotted in right ahead of Zach Branch, and he would have been 84 on our consensus board.
Okay. Right now. Yeah, it's still early for all of us, but
very early. I mean, I think the big thing is like there were just so many better corners available.
Yeah.
I mean, Keith Abney. Well, actually, look. No, we're getting to that point. I mean,
this thing is the amount of corners left outside of McCoy, which, by the way, he's very likely not going to be a second-round pick either. So
he's at this point. I wonder if he's a day 3 pick, or is he a like 3rd-round compensatory pick?
Goodness. Also, the Chargers must have moved back, and I didn't notice. Was that the Patriots move?
It might have been, yeah.
Because, by the way, Pregnon and Dunker still here.
Yeah.
If they take Pregnon at 63, I'm going to lose my marbles, Dalton.
I think Pregnon or Dunker here.
I mean, I have Dunker way lower than Pregnon, but the point is getting a guard of either their caliber at 63 in this draft is surprising to me. If they don't take one, they hate Justin Herbert, by the way. They actually hate that man if they don't take a guard here. They despise him personally and professionally.
God.
Sean doing this, do the dance, brother. Hell yeah. Ask him where MJD is right now.
Oh. So they did go guard, but not
neither of them.
And they specifically announced him as a guard.
They drafted Jake Slaughter as a goddamn guard over Emmanuel Pregnon. They hate Justin Herbert, dude. They fucking hate him. They despise that man. Jake Slaughter was a center that I was a little bit interested in. I think he's like in the 90s for me. And they made him a guard.
Yeah, so I gotta find him. So yeah, he was not. I hadn't like put him on the consensus board yet. Didn't get down that far.
Yeah.
106 on Jake's board. 98 on your board, Shane.
Yeah.
And 116 on mine. So 116 plus 106, that's 222. Plus 98, 230. So 320. So that would have been 106.67. All right. So the average comes out to 106.67. That's going to put him somewhere near. This is cool. We're seeing the methodology at work here. So he had an average ranking of 106.67 for us. So that puts him at 91, right in between Jacoby Lane and Eli Raritan. And the Chargers picked him in the 2nd round, while Pregnon and Dunker were still on the board. Also, like Sam Hecht and Brian Parker would have been better guards than Slaughter here, honestly.
I'm not even mad. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, it's.
As someone who loves watching Justin Herbert play football, and I'm sure Dalton, you do not, probably because of the whole Raiders thing.
I think he's better than he gets credit for.
Right, exactly. As someone who likes to watch Justin Herbert play football, I really like watching Justin Herbert play football whenever he's not getting absolutely destroyed on every other snap, which Jake Slaughter, I hate to break it to everyone, probably isn't going to help with that, especially if he's a fucking guard.
Yeah.
As a center in the future, maybe. I might have gotten with this at like 90 something, 80 or 86 when they draft. Like, I'd have been like, all right, if that's their type. As a guard at 63, they're trolling us.
Yeah.
We're being trolled in real time.
Yeah, not great.
Justin Herbert should ask for a trade. Can we get
what's that?
Can we get a Justin Herbert trade meter going?
Yeah, I mean, holy shit! Like, I mean, Akeem Mesidor in the first round was pretty wild.
I at least like Mesidor as a player.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like, I could understand if they went elsewhere.
Really high though.
They did. I would have rather them take Pregnon at 22 than that, frankly, because I have Pregnon in the first round.
I mean, I don't know if I was there, but
no, but you get like at least it's Justin Herbert helping him.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, at guard, I don't know if Slaughter even starts right away on this team.
He shouldn't.
And their guards are bad. So our lads has stuck him in at left guard ahead of Trevor Penning.
Good, I guess. But like, who cares? He's gonna get slaughtered. Anyway,
I mean, you're talking. You gotta start 2 out of 3 of
Cole Strange,
Trevor Penning, Cole Strange, Jake Slaughter as a rookie.
You know, it'd be really funny if they take like
better.
Imagine if somehow Dunker or Pregnon last 86 and they take like Sam Hecht. So then they have a center and they have 2 centers and no guards technically, even though one of them I guess could play guard.
I'll tell you what, the Raiders are coming back up soon. If one of those guards or Ted Hurst is available when they pick next, I am going to be a very happy camper. Bud Clark to the Seahawks.
You know what? If there's ever a place where a man of Bud Clark's play style might be able to figure it out, maybe that's where it would be.
Holy shit. Like, they were like, I'm scrolling down.
I know we're getting a lot of reaches in the second round right now.
Yeah, these are guys that, we did not see coming off the board. Honestly, these are guys that, felt like late day 2 got like late 3rd round guys. So let's see where Bud Clark would be.
While you're doing that, I will say I think Bud Clark, with the loss of Kobe Bryant, right, in the secondary.
Yeah.
I think what they're hoping for is they get a playmaker on the back end that they can just ask to roam and kind of try to just take the ball away. Because that's what Clark is going to give you. Like, he is going to give you the speed and the range required to make plays on the football. It's kind of everything else.
Yeah.
Is a little weird, but
yeah. So you see where they're all on our boards here. So Jake had him at 78, and then you and I actually had him at the exact same spot on our big boards. He was 122 for both of us.
That's hilarious. Imagine being identical about a player that deep into the draft. Hilarious.
Yeah, 122. Like that just also I think shows you like exactly what Bud Clark is. That's a 4th round safety.
It's like he's a 4th round safety because he does one thing extremely well, and the rest of his game might never round out. And if it doesn't, he probably can't play more than like 30% of the snaps. And maybe that's all the Seahawks are going to need him to play. I don't know. I just think that it'd be weird to take a player of that caliber at this point. Like, if you want a safety, take like Zakee Wheatley,
or
just don't take one. No, wait, AJ Halsey's on the board, dog.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Bud Clark went over AJ Halsey in real life. What the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah.
I just realized that's a thing that just happened. Are they on crack? What are we talking about up in the northwest or in the south or northwest of the United States right now? What's happening?
Oh shit. And it's funny? Bud Clark comes in right ahead of Eli Raridan on our consensus board, specifically because you have Bud Clark at 122 and Eli Raridan at 123 on your board, Jake. You were the tiebreaker there.
That's funny.
So Bud Clark comes in at 92 on our consensus board.
Yeah, that's
right behind Jake Slaughter right now.
And they were back-to-back picks, so ironic. That's actually so funny that they're back-to-back on our boards and back-to-back picks, and they were both around early based on our consensus board. Yeah, that's actually really funny if you think about it.
And like a literal full round early.
Yeah. Kind of incredible stuff.
But we're on to round 3.
We are on to round 3.
All right. Best and worst pick of round 2, Jake or Shane.
See, Jake's not here, Dalton. He's not. He's fine. He's working on stuff like I'm supposed to be doing.
Still.
Well, yeah, we could have done some jokes on that, but alas, Jake's not here. I honestly have to pull up the second round board because I've been all over the place. Let me do that right now. Actually, I have SI's. By the way, Sports Illustrated and Fansite came together for the draft tracker this year. So I'm actually going to pull that up to look at it. And
are they going to possibly like merge?
That couldn't tell you. That's above my pay grade. I just think they got together for this particular project. That's all. But looking at it, so DeJon Stribling, I like him more than all of you, but 33 is rough. So that's right off the bat. But I don't think so. He's not
the
that
A&M tight end for me.
The A&M tight end for sure, because I don't even know enough about him. So like that tells you a lot.
Yeah.
Marlon Klein is basically the non-Max Clare tight end pick.
Yeah.
Stowers is fine. It's fine. It's the Eagles. They'll figure it out.
Best pick.
Probably. I mean, if you're going off of like the value on the board, Emmanuel McNoll-Warren, probably. Like just in terms of like
Hayden McDonald is up there.
Yeah, Jacob Rodriguez for me is a huge win for the Dolphins. Pons at 50.
Yeah. There was a lot of good value.
That's the thing is this range is either like exactly on value for a couple picks or like wildly off value or like awesome value. There hasn't been a lot of like that actual value. There's not been a lot of that.
Yeah. So heading into round 3 on our consensus board, the top 5 best available right now, we got Jermod McCoy still, Emmanuel Pregnon, Elijah Surratt, Chris Brezel, and AJ Halsey.
AJ Halsey not being off the board yet is insane to me, by the way.
After Bud Clark.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
And Traden Stukes.
No, Stukes I had in a similar range, but oh my God, they did it.
That actually makes a lot of sense. That doesn't even look that bad a pick for Arizona here.
To me, this is the worst pick in the draft other than Ty Simpson. Because Carson Beck can't play. I legitimately think he can't play NFL quarterback because his arm is dead. I'm not even trying to be mean to him. Like I legitimately don't think he's an NFL caliber quarterback solely because his arm might have bottom 5 arm talent among all rostered quarterbacks in the NFL to start the season if his arm looks like it did last year. Like it is horrendously bad at this point for him as far as arm talent goes. If his arm can recover better, then I think he's probably closer to a 4th round player. Right now,
my only thing is if you're gonna take a shot on a quarterback at this point, like you clearly aren't sold that he's gonna start or that he's gonna like be your guy. So then why not just take a bigger swing on someone like an Aller or Taylon Green?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I would take Cole Payton over all those guys, but like either way, like all of them are the same. It's the same lottery ticket mentality, right?
Yeah. You were the
Carson Beck is not a lottery ticket. Yeah,
yeah, you were the lowest of the 3 of us on Beck at 144. I had him at
I almost left him off the board
or 102. Yeah, and then Jake had him at 76 on his board.
Yeah, Jake likes him. I don't know what it is. I can't remember what he likes about him, but for me, again, I just can't draft a quarterback in the first 4 rounds that I don't know if his arm is NFL caliber. And in the case of Beck, it absolutely isn't at this moment in time. Could it get back to that? Because it was for a long time in his career, maybe. But for me, there's no reason to believe it's going to, because he's been past that surgery for a while now. Like it just worries me that he might never be able to throw the ball at the NFL level.
So he slots right in there with Raridan. Yeah, he is right behind Eli Raridan then at 94 on our consensus board.
Fascinating.
Oh, the Broncos, did they move back or did they move up?
They moved from 62 to 66 with the Bills earlier.
That's right, yeah. So
I know this pick, by the way. It's a player that I didn't get to, but I would have liked to because Dane Brugler likes him in like the 80 range. It's a Texas A&M player, but none of the ones you think.
Oh, is this the quarterback? No,
he's still there.
That's right.
Tyler Oniedem.
Who?
Defensive tackle.
Yeah, did not come across my radar.
Yeah, I was going to get to him late, didn't get there.
One of my big goals for this draft was to try to have watched everybody that came off the board in the first 2 days. We're up to 3 guys now that I have not watched.
Yeah, there's a couple guys
we're early in the 3rd round. Not great.
Yeah, he's an undersized defensive tackle from Texas A&M. I don't know. I saw some stuff from him. I don't think he's a bad player, but probably about 50 to 60 picks too early if I had to guess based on what little I saw of him. But tough to say.
Yeah, I just don't know here. But we're coming up on the Raiders here very soon. They're on the clock. So
yeah, they're on the clock. I want to stick around for this pick because I want to see what you think about it. But then I'm going to run to take a break real quick and then just make sure I'm on top of everything and not forgetting anything of my actual job. So
yeah. So on my Raiders board, I think right now McCoy would still probably be the top pick for me.
You gotta take a chance on him at some point. I hope somebody.
And then after that, Dunker. I mean, Dunker or Hurst. If I'm being realistic, like Dunker or Hurst needs to be the pick here.
That would be awesome.
Either one, I'd be thrilled with either of those picks. Matt Millen again.
Matthew Millen.
Kieran Crawford.
Ooh, I like it.
We're 2 drafts in a row where I have really not liked Spytek's draft.
Okay. Yeah. I really like Kieran Crawford. I don't think I had him even this high though, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't looked in a minute.
No. But going back to so on our consensus board, I'll do that first. He was 82 on the consensus board, so this is still a reach by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, just with what was there, I just can't get into it. And then,
can you go to my board real quick, Dalton? Because I don't have mine pulled up. I have too many.
He was 146 for me. You had him at 74.
Okay. Because I think there might be some guys at edge that I have ahead of him. So Jayshon Barham.
That's the main one, I think.
That might be it. Yeah, that might be it.
Yeah.
But so I would have probably gone Barham there. I think Jake's even higher on him than me.
So I'm pulling up my notes here on Crawford. So like the frame's fun, 6'4", 255, very explosive. Honestly, like, explosive first step, active hands, like really like those traits a lot as a pass rusher. The problem is he doesn't really have the coverage ability to do like outside linebacker things. Not really a fourth, not really. I mean, right now, I think you take him hoping. My only thought here is, do you take him hoping that he can like be like the heir apparent to Crosby? But like Crosby's not that old, and or do you put him opposite Crosby?
I think he's the guy that brings the speed and get off opposite of Crosby, and you have Pay and Kuntz there too. I think that's your 4 edges. I think Crawford, I actually did like some of the stuff he showed in coverage at Auburn because they used him in that role a lot. I think he has really good eyes in zone coverage. I don't think he has the movement and space to do that a ton, but most edges don't anyway, so I'm not really that worried about that. I do think like if you want that like fire breather next to a player like Crosby, who's much more of a power player, I think those two could work off each other well. I don't see him as ever being like a high end 2. I think a high end 3, low end 2 is probably a ceiling.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I think when you have Crosby on your team still, for the future, maybe not.
Yeah. My issue with it is I feel like there were guys at multiple positions still on the board that could start for them right away.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a guy that, I think will be in the edge rotation from day one. But, like, that's about it. Like, you hope his rookie year he's close to Quiddy pay. But, like, that's kind of all you're really getting. It's hard to get excited about that one.
I don't blame you for not being excited about it. I just think like this is close to the range I would have taken him, so I don't have a problem with it. I think Jake would have liked it a lot. Again, I think he has him in the 50s, maybe.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
He had Crawford fairly high. I believe he had him at 46.
Yeah, he liked him a lot.
So Jake's gonna love the Kieran Crawford pick. Yeah,
he will, and then you two will have to yell at each other on live stream at some point.
Yeah, I can't get into it. Like not with Dunker and her still on the board and McCoy.
I understand that, especially but I will be back in a minute here. So
yeah. McCoy sitting for a year would have been actually really nice, because then I think you could have him run Eric Stokes out of town very easily. Or if Darian Porter never really gets there, he can replace him. Dunker would have started, I think, at guard right away, and Ted Hurst would have been the X receiver right away. Don't really see what Kieran Crawford's bringing to the table. And the Eagles take Markel Bell, and hope Shane gets back soon, because Shane's going to love that pick. Markel Bell, 67 on our consensus board. As far as tackles go, he was kind of the next one to go. So that pick makes a lot of sense. And, like, he'll probably sit for a year. Or even slot in at right tackle, right? Maybe they make him do. I would imagine he'll be the swing tackle for a year, and eventually take over as the left tackle for Lane Johnson, or for Jordan Mailata eventually. But yeah, that's a really good, and eventually I think they slot Bell in at left tackle and then move Mailata back to right tackle whenever Lane Johnson hangs it up. But yeah, that's a great pick for the Eagles. I mean, they gotta, because now that Markel Bell is an Eagle, he's gonna be a franchise anchor tackle for the next decade or so. Yeah, that's an awesome pick. Can't wait till Shane gets back. Bears are already on, like, Pickett's already in for the Bears. Very curious to see what they do here. For the Bears, they've already taken Dylan Thieneman and Logan Jones. So I do wonder if this is an edge. I do wonder if this is, looking at the board right now, this could also be a corner. I can see Barham here. Barham actually, I think, would be the pick. He's not really the size, but I think in a 3-4, like, there's some things you could do with him, and he's so good against the run. They can make it work. But wow, Sam Roush. I mean, the run on tight ends is incredible. And, like, the tight ends that are coming off the board is interesting, to say the least. But yeah, Sam Roush, 89 on our consensus board. So again, I don't know about that one. But I know generally he was pretty well liked by, I know Shane liked him a lot. I believe Jake was a little lower. Jake had him at 116. Shane had him at 66. Shane was very high on him. He was 127 for me, my 10 and 10. So we were kind of all over the place on Roush. But clearly the league is very all over the place on these tight ends. So it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, who knows who's coming off the board next? I'm trying to see if we're going to have any guests hopping in. Oh, Romello Height to the Niners. They would take Romello Height.
What did I miss?
So you missed a couple of picks. So Markel Bell went off the board to the Eagles.
Of course he did. So he's going to be great. All right, cool. Yeah. That pick's going to be awesome for me now. Cool.
Love it. Then the Bears took Sam Roush.
Okay, so Cole Kmet is gone. He's cooked.
Yeah.
Which I like that, though. Him and Loveland are about as like awesome of a tight end pairing in terms of like stylistically as you can get.
I just don't get why they hate Cole Kmet so much.
I don't think they hate Cole Kmet. I think they're paying him a good amount of money to be firmly the tight end too. So I think they figured they could probably move on from him and just have that skill set elsewhere for cheaper. So
I guess, but
I don't.
Kmet's on a rookie deal still, isn't he?
No, he has an extension for like a couple years now.
Oh. Still, I don't know. I like Cole Kmet, but I
don't have a problem with Cole Kmet. I just think that Roush is actually probably could be as good as him, and also or is not as expensive. So
and then Romello Height to the Niners.
Oh.
104 on the consensus board.
Okay.
Is that even like? Yeah, I don't even. Yeah, it doesn't feel like a Niners pick.
I'm not sure about that.
Oh, no, he wasn't actually on the consensus board yet. We'll fix that.
Well.
So he was 86 for Jake.
Jake liked him a little bit, yeah.
110 for you, Shane.
Yeah, 4th round.
So it's 196. And then for me, he was 101. So 297.
Yeah, this is the most 4th round, like pure, like explosiveness pass rusher that's ever lived.
He had an average rank of 99 for us exactly. So that puts him. Let's see here. That actually. He is right behind Malachi Lawrence, which for very different reasons it feels really fitting. Yeah, at 97, like just like an edge that in theory could be really good, but like you watch tape and you're like, this guy doesn't actually know how to really play football that well. Yeah. Let me pull this is a good one for the notes. So yeah. Speed, good bag of pass rush moves. Oh yeah, I forgot. These are the issues with Romello Height. Because yeah, actually, like he does play pretty well. Like just in general, he's a really good player. He's 6'2", 234, and he's going to be 25 as a rookie.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of. I don't know, man. It's weird. I think he's a guy you take in the 4th round because you want some pass rush juice, and you don't have to spend a higher pick on it than that. And he's
never going to play 3 downs.
No, I mean if he does, it's because you're kind of cooked and you need someone to do it. But you know.
Oh God. But yeah, where are we at now? Washington's up. I feel like we haven't talked about the Commanders in a minute.
It's because they didn't have any picks except for 7.
That's right. which
they did. Sonny Styles at 7 is pretty sweet, but still,
you could honestly walk out of here with Sonny Styles and nobody else, and say you had a pretty good draft. But no, I mean, this feels like a receiver, just because like they got nothing after. I mean, do they still have Debo, or is he gone now too?
He's a free agent currently, I'm pretty sure.
So they could always bring him back.
Also, so that tight end Berkshire, 25 years old. Okay. 38 career receptions, 4.7840 at a pro day.
And that's a cooked pro day time too.
It's a cooked pro day time, yeah.
Yikes.
So I just saw a tweet from Brick Coleman. I have no idea what this pick is, which pick he's talking about, but he just said this is why the Brits have relegation. And this could be he could be tweeting about any pick recently, and I wouldn't know which one.
Yeah. Probably
the tight end one.
Yeah.
Probably Berkshire. He's probably he's a Texans fan, so probably that one. He's probably talking about that one.
Yeah.
which is not great.
Needs to be a receiver. I'm looking at the receiver room for the Commanders. McLaurin, then Traylon Burks, Luke McCaffrey, Van Jefferson, De'Ami Brown, and Jalen Lane. Ew.
Yeah, I hope they take Jacoby Lane because it'd be really funny because I think he's like tremendously bad, like not draftable.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say not draftable, but
see, I don't mind Jacoby Lane. I think he's a fun, pure slot receiver that doesn't block.
Well, he's a 6'4" slot receiver with zero play strength and not as athletic as he probably should be if he's going to be that. That's my problem with him is like I don't think he can really do anything particularly well except occasionally make a highlight reel play. It's kind of it. Who is this pick?
I think it's Surratt.
I would like that, especially at this point.
Or Ted Hurst. Ted Hurst would actually be.
Ted Hurst would be fun.
Yeah.
Now I want the. I don't know who I want the Steelers to take. I don't know. I do want Miami to take a receiver like really soon, please. Like any of them, honestly.
Announce his pick. Jesus Christ.
I'm not even listening. I just know he's talking, so I don't know. I didn't catch who
this was. Mark Rippon.
Oh God. Okay. Mark Rippon Siggs.
Hot take: the best quarterback from the Rippon family is his daughter that played in the Legends Football League.
Oh,
by its original name.
Yeah.
But she was like actually like legitimately like really good.
Oh, cool. Got the bloodlines, I suppose. Is he still talking?
That league actually like should have been way better than it ended up getting marketed.
Probably.
Well, the problem is at first they just had people that were attractive, and then they started to get actual athletes, and the people that were basically just models were getting obliterated.
Yeah, fucked up. Yeah, it's terrible.
By women that are
actually trying to hurt them.
220.
Oh, Antonio Williams, pure slot. Interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
I like him, but he's a pure slot, so I find that interesting that they would go that way.
Yeah. I mean, so what's his name is still their offensive coordinator, right?
Kingsbury?
Kingsbury, yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, he's not?
I forget who he's the coordinator for, but I'm pretty sure it's David Blau.
Oh. Blau. David Blau.
Yeah, so pretty sure that's true. I might be making that up, but I don't think I am. I'm pretty sure I'm right about
it. So Antonio Williams was not quite there on the consensus. But let me find him here for each of us. So 90 on Jake's board, 96 on your board, Shane, and 983 on mine. So we were all right around the same on him. So, right. So 260. So
this is a little bit of a reach, but I think if this is what they want, like a true slot, then he's probably one of the best left to fill that role.
This actually is not not terrible value.
I mean, when you're thinking about compared to other picks recently, none of these are going to be terrible value.
Yeah, he slots in at 84 on our board right now.
Yeah, so Oh
no!
Wow, I did not think he was going to go this early.
Oh, Takario Davis. Yeah, that's a guy that like I know of, and I knew enough that like I didn't feel like he was worth watching. Well, I'll put it that way.
Well,
where would he be for? Was he wasn't on any of our 150s? I don't think.
No, he was like 120 something for me.
Oh well, yeah. Actually, yeah. It looks like. So yeah, he was 131 for Jake, and he was 127 for you. So 131 plus 127 is 258 plus 151 is 409. Ooh, that's the first one I've gotten to 400 on. So 136.33. So yeah, that is definitely the player we've been the lowest on. That's well, no, other than those two random tight ends. But okay. I mean, I can't hate the Bengals too much for it because they still went defense and they need to keep taking defense. Oscar Delp to the Saints.
I like that.
I can tolerate that.
I like that. I think that him and Juwan Johnson should be a fun pairing for now.
Yeah. So Oscar Delp was, let me see here. Oscar Delp was 95 on Jake's board. Shane, you had him at 76. So that's 171. And then for me, he was 120. So 291. So 97. So yeah, so we had an average ranking of 97. And that actually puts him right ahead of Malachi Lawrence at 87 on our board.
Every time that happens, I'm just gonna laugh because how recently or how long ago.
Yeah, I mean that Malachi Lawrence pick. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's not the worst thing that they've ever done, but because I had him at 51, but it's not good.
No.
All right, so I will have to run here in a second, just so you know.
Okay. If that's the case, can you give me 90 seconds to run to the bathroom quick?
Sure. Yeah.
Awesome. That way I should be good for like the long stretch after that.
All right. Sure. Sounds good. All right. We got Giants pick is in. We got who's presenting this one? I can't see. Kevin Booth. Oh, director. Okay. NFL senior director management. Okay. Ooh, Malachi Fields. This is not my favorite pick. I'll say that much. He's definitely that sacrificial X derogatory. I would call it. A guy that I think realistically he fits because they don't have this type of player really in the room, but I don't think he's a guy that's worth drafting in the first 3 rounds. I think he's very much a 4th round player. Ideally, I think at the end of the 3rd I could get with it, but you're still in the middle of the 3rd. Not an egregious reach, but I'll just say that I'm glad as a Dolphins writer and a Steelers fan that he's not on my team. or neither of those teams. It's kind of my big thing there. He'll be fine at what he does, but nothing spectacular. But I don't remember off the top of my head if Dalton has him higher or if Jake has him higher than I do, but I know that he's just not my type of guy, frankly. Dolphins up next here. I will have to run once Dalton gets back to cover that, but curious. I hope this is a receiver. I think it should be, but it's hard to say. Pick is in, so they're going to be taking it. They're going to be using this pick, not trading out or anything. All right, cool. I got to go, so good luck. Also, Malachi Fields was the Giants pick at 74, which I was not a fan of.
Cool. Is that the only one that I missed?
Yeah. Dolphins are up here, so I'm going to get going on that.
Sounds good. So Malachi Fields. That is a pick. For where we're at, I just definitely feels pretty low. So Malachi Fields was higher for me, but Jake had him at 92. Shane at 103, so 195 or 93. And then I had him at 97. So we're actually all kind of right around the late third round. So it's just a little early. So 103. So 195, 202, 292. So that'll be 97.33. So he's actually going to slot in. So Malachi Fields, he'll be. It looks like Malachi Fields right now comes in, I believe, right behind Malachi Lawrence on our boards. Yeah, for sure. So not a great pick in terms of value, but I mean, I get it. I don't, I can only hate it so much. But Dolphins are on the board now. Let's see. This could be all kinds of things. We know so far what they've done is they've done it took Kalen Proctor, Chris Johnson, and Jacob Rodriguez. So they still haven't gone wide receiver. And honestly, they kind of might end up looking like geniuses for that pick. Because I mean, looking at our best available right now, I mean, after McCoy, we got Pregnon and Surratt, and then Brazel and Halsey. So Surratt, Brazel, those are probably the two best right now, and also Ted Hurst. Caleb Douglas from Texas Tech. Yeah, Caleb Douglas was not on any of our boards. So I can't wait to see what Shane has to say when he does come back, because yeah, that is certainly a pick. I mean, fun build, productive, but like, I don't know if that's kind of what you're going for. Ted Hurst was on the board. I don't know. I can't. But yeah, I don't know. That pick is wild. Steelers are back on the board. I can't wait for Shane to come back because we're gonna have a lot for him to react to. It's all good though. I can't wait to talk about the Steelers pick here. So the Steelers so far, just as a refresher, have gone Ianacor and Jeremy Bernard. So this feels like we're into quarterback territory. It could also be they could add more to the offensive line. This could be a defensive back. This could really go anywhere. I mean, they need to take a big swing somewhere. Which again is why I think this could. I wouldn't mind McCoy here because I mean I don't think this is a team that needs to win right now. They probably think they are. Oh, I guess the quarterback happened. Drew Aller at 76. You know, you have to, if you're taking a quarterback, you're always going to be reaching a little bit. On our board, Aller was, I'll tell you in a sec. So Drew Aller was 82 for Jake. He was 107 for Shane. And he was 113 for me. Wow, I didn't realize that was. Oh wait, he was. Oh, sorry, that was Drew. So he was 113 for me, 120 for Shane, 233, and 82 for Jake. So 315. So 105 is the average ranking is 105. So, I mean, you know, Mike McCarthy is this alleged quarterback guru. I mean, I think you could make the case that Mike McCarthy did some good things with Dak. You know, I think, you know, the bet here is that Drew Aller was just horribly misused and misdeveloped by Penn State. And that if you can actually fix him, he could, you know, the sky is the limit on him. I mean, this could be a very good starting quarterback in the NFL. Now, I think the thing with Aller is if he does work out, it's not going to be for years. Like for him to fix all the things that are broken with him, he needs to sit for at least a year. And then the first couple of years of him playing aren't going to be great. I think you're looking at 2-3 years down the road before he becomes a viable starter. And it might not be till like year 5 before he becomes like a high-end starter. And you just wonder who, like, if he ever becomes a starter, is it gonna be with Pittsburgh, or are they gonna draft somebody higher in a year or two, and forget about him? So I'm very curious to see how they end up deciding to develop him. I think a lot of it has to do with if Aaron Rodgers comes back. Him sitting behind Aaron Rodgers is interesting because I could see it going one or two ways. Him learning from Rodgers could learn how to make his funky mechanics work, or he could start to learn this belief that like he doesn't actually need to fix his mechanics, which is not good. So that's a very interesting pick. Can't wait to hear Shane's thoughts on that. Chris McClellan to the Packers. That's a fun one. 83 on our consensus board. This feels like a legitimately good third-round pick. This is around where I had him. You know, if anything, maybe a tad early. He was. I mean, I had a fourth-round grade on him, but the way they're going off the board. Or no, I'm sorry. I had a late second-round grade. Yeah, this is good value. Yeah, I'm mixing him up with somebody else. Yeah, he was 56 on my board. I really like this value a lot. Great pick. That's probably one of the best picks of the third round so far. Colts pick is already in. We'll see what they do here. The Colts previously took C.J. Allen in the second round, and that's all they've done so far. Again, this feels like really good wide receiver value. They could also be in the market for a center. I think, I mean, you look at the center still on the board. There's a lot of really good ones. We've still got Connor Liu. In terms of like pure centers, Sam Hecht and Brian Parker could probably play center. I think that's probably what he projects as at the next level. Parker Brailsford, a lot of good centers. At wide receiver, Surratt, Brazell, Hurst, all still on the board. That's probably where we're looking there. Skylar Bell also. Chris Bell. There's a lot the Colts could do here. They're actually, I think the Colts are in a position where they could end up coming out of this draft with a pretty solid haul, despite not having a first round pick and not really having a lot of picks in general. All right, so it looks like we might be getting some relief here, so you might not have to just listen to me. It looks like Steve might be heading in here soon. I don't know if you can hear me, Shane, but keep an eye out for that if you can.
Yeah, I'm listening. Oh, there he is, actually.
There we go.
What up,
Steve?
Dalton, how are we?
Good.
Shane, what's going on, brother?
This is perfect timing because Shane's covering the Steelers and Dolphins, so he is very much in the weeds right now with articles. So needed a little relief here.
I actually had to leave home and got on the road, so I'm actually remote from somewhere, but I didn't want to ditch you guys. I wanted to make sure I hopped on. So, thanks for having me back and love being here. So I've actually missed a bunch of picks. So I got to get caught up on what's been going on. But yeah, so meanwhile, what's going on, Dalton?
It's an interesting day too, to say the least. So yeah, Drew Aller just went off the board to the Steelers. As the fourth quarterback off the board. So there's that.
Yeah.
that feels right. Like that just feels like a decent match for them. Probably a hair early, but we're hitting that range, especially with quarterbacks. They're always going to go early. But then I don't know if you saw some of the tight ends that went off the board in round 2.
Man, I did. That was a little bit of head scratching going on. I mean, I love the fit of Eli Stowers to the Eagles. I mean, that was such a perfect fit. But Borkacher, yeah, to the Jags. That one,
did you
that one
have him
surprised me
on your board?
No, I did not.
Did not watch him either. Yeah. Same. How about Klein?
Yeah, Marlon Klein. I actually watched him getting ready for a show over the summer. One of our colleagues in the draft space, he considered him a sleeper. He's an interesting story, right? Limited playing of football, and comes from Cologne, Germany. Sat behind Loveland, and Loveland moves over to the Bears in the NFL, and he got a shot. He's an interesting prospect. I mean, I don't think the floor is, very high for him, but intrigued to see. Where did Klein go again? I know I saw it, but I missed exactly which team.
Bears, I believe. I believe that was the Bears pick.
Interesting. So, Cole Kmet, Colston Loveland from Michigan, Marlon Klein from Michigan. That's
they took a tight end. I don't know if they were Klein or.
Let's see.
I don't know. The Bears took Roush. I'm sorry. The Bears took Sam Roush.
That's an intriguing thing. Yeah.
They just take Cole
Houston took Klein.
Houston took Klein, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they moved up to get him. I mean, you look at the size, 6'6", 250 pounds. I mean, he screams Klein. That screams to me prototypical, tight end size. But interesting. Rouch with the Bears.
Yeah.
Where did Hall
finally he just came off the board to the Colts just now. Yeah.
I mean, you really saw some of these guys drop. I mean, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, went much later than a lot of, draft people felt. I think great value for the Browns.
Yeah, I thought it was perfect. That's what I have 8 seconds on him, but I know most people were very much like looking at like even possibly late first round on him.
Yeah, I don't have my board up, but I know he was somewhere in the 50s for me, my safety number 3. So I think that's fair. The one pick I didn't like was the Seahawks grabbing Bud Clark at the end of the second round. I have been high on Bud Clark. I mean, he's not in my top 5 safeties. He was in my top 10. But man, I love Bud Clark. I mean, he could get a little sloppy, because he's just hunting the ball, but 15 career interceptions at TCU. I mean, dude's a monster. And it's another one of those things where the rich get richer. And man, what he's going to do in that Mike McDonald defense, makes me sick.
Yeah.
But I'm jealous.
Yeah. The talent I don't mind. It's just the value. I didn't like as much, but I get it.
It was a little higher than I projected him. I'm just trying to think. I thought I like what the Falcons did. I thought that was a good story, drafting Terrell.
Yeah.
So now the brothers are together. I think that was a good fit. I liked it was a little bit early for me, but the Broncos picking up Tyler Omnidim. That was an interesting move, but they needed a defensive tackle. I can't argue with that. But like I said, man, I'm like out of touch. I feel like asking, hey, what happened to so-and-so? What happened to so-and-so?
Yeah.
So the fourth quarterback, you said, oh yeah, that's right. The Cardinals took Beck,
and then
thank God. Thank God. I don't want any of these guys for the Jets. I am very happy right now.
You're getting Taylor Green.
I'm okay with that.
I mean, yeah.
I'm okay with Taylor Green. I'm okay with Cole Payton.
Yeah. If you're going to take a swing on a quarterback, like, you might as well actually, like, swing for the fences.
100%, man. 100%.
Because I mean, more than likely you're probably not actually hitting on a quarterback here. So you might as well, if it hits it should really hit.
Yeah. Let me get caught up here.
Ravens are currently on the clock. They have previously taken took Ioane last night, and then today they had
Zion Young, right?
Yeah, Zion Young. Yeah, that's right. They literally did the Mike Green thing again.
Yeah, so I've got
a lot of issues off the field.
So Markel Bell, very interesting for the Eagles. I mean, the guy is the size of a mountain. My God, 6'8".
Eagles, he would be an all-pro.
Yeah. I do like the Bengals taking Tacario Davis out of Washington. That's an intriguing corner. I like that move for them. Oscar Delp went to the Saints. That's a nice pickup.
Shane was saying that could be a good pairing with him and Juwan Jones. But Jacoby Lane just went to Baltimore.
Okay. Yeah. That's pick number 80. That's actually, I think that's a good spot. And then Atlanta grabbing Zachariah Branch, the pick right before. Yeah, I think these are fair value. Green Bay picking up Chris McClellan on that D line. I like that one. But, yep. Yeah, that's solid.
He's on my board.
Just trying to see. Did Chris Bell get drafted and Brazel?
No, Brazel, Surratt, Bell, Hurst are all still on the board. Both Chris Bell and Skylar Bell are both still on the board.
Wow. Okay.
So, wide receivers, I think it seems like after the top guys went, now everyone just took a pause and was like, all right, everybody else can be had late day 2, early day 3. And I'm wondering when the run is going to pick back up because, there's a lot of wide receivers. I mean, looking at our consensus board right now, I mean, McCoy is still obviously sitting at the top, but then it's guards and receivers.
Yeah. Did Pregnon go? Or is he still
Pregnon and Dunker are still on the board. After all the guards that went so early, I mean, teams, when we had the panic draft of Keelan Rutledge in the first round.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, and then we saw Basantis go earlier tonight, but then the well dried up.
Yeah, well, the Chargers took Jake Slaughter and called him a guard at the podium, which was interesting.
Oh, that is. I saw Logan Jones got picked up, so we saw a center. That's interesting.
That was my center once. I liked that.
Yeah, same with me. Yep.
Yeah, Jake Slaughter to play guard for the Chargers doesn't feel like they got any better. Ooh, Albert Regis to the Jags here. I'm not super familiar with him.
It's an interesting pick. I actually didn't have a draftable grade on him. So look, hey, the Jags made the playoffs. They probably know a lot more than I do, but kind of scratching my head tonight with what the Jags are doing.
What didn't you like about him?
Well, it's just, to be honest, there was a couple of things I saw over the summer, and I'm like, I'm not seeing anything. I'm just, I'm not going to dive in, so it's more on me. Some things that I saw from 2024, I was like, I don't think he's going to be, but hang on. Let me go back to my old notes and I'll pull it up. But I didn't have a draftable grade on him.
Yeah, weird draft. I mean, both their guys I had never really even were not even on my rate. That's not a guy. Neither was a guy that I was like, oh, I should watch him. Way off the reservation with both.
I mean, he's 6'1". I think he's about not quite 310 pounds. He's another guy, short arms, 31. Yeah. He ran good at the combine. He did some good reps. The RAS was pretty much up there. So, he's an athletic guy. the production though, 3.5 sacks in his career. I look, sacks aren't everything, but I kind of like to see it. He is he's stocky. He can create piles in the middle, and he's got a good motor, but it's the size thing. He's a tweener.
Yeah. To me, this sounds like poor man's Zane Durant. But in that case, draft Zane Durant.
Zane Durant, right? Yeah.
Yeah. The Jags are having one of the more interesting drafts for sure.
I agree. Yeah.
How you feel about the Jets so far?
Yes. So, I mean, I was with you guys last night when a couple of the picks came through. I was pretty excited and encouraged for the future with the 3 guys they got last night. I think, they immediate starters. And then, they entered. What's that?
Pawns tonight.
Pawns. Yeah. So, well, 2 parts to that. So number one, they only had 1 pick tonight because they gave 33 to San Fran, who made a very interesting pick at 33 with Jason Stribling out of Ole Miss. I was like, man, I love that. But yeah, so they were at 44. They wound up trading down with Detroit. They moved down to 50. They got an extra 4th rounder for tomorrow, and they took D'Angelo Pons. I've been hearing all throughout the day that this is a guy that Glenn, Coach Aaron Glenn, their head coach, is going to be pounding the table for because it's his mini-me. I mean, Glenn was a 1st-round pick for the Jets back in 94 and 95. You look at the size, the testing, the grit, the determination. I could totally see the Glenn pounding the table. It literally is his mini-me. I disagree with the whole thing. I think Pons is an exciting player. He's got a Napoleon complex, so he plays bigger than the size. I think he can be a hybrid, be on the outside, slide on the inside. I think you could give him some safety looks in the slot. Yeah. So we'll see how it pans out. I mean, Jets Twitter is either calling it Hall of Famer or they're in complete meltdown because, you wasted a pick. You didn't take, Emmanuel McNeil Warren or, but whatever. That's Jet Nation. But I like it. Yeah.
Yeah. Here's the thing that I find interesting about it. So, Glenn, I believe, he was the defensive coordinator that figured out that Amik Robertson is an outside corner and not a slot. And
correct.
Pons is very similar in that build of like a guy that on paper looks like a slot guy, but then you watch him play and you're like, oh no, that's an outside corner. And I think Glenn's going to not screw him up like the Raiders did with Robertson and just put him right at outside corner right away. So, I think the fit's really good.
Well, and the Jets have some time. I'm not saying it's an all-star corner room. I mean, they gave a lot of money to Brandon Stevens a year ago. It didn't start out good at all for him, but he did get better. They signed Nashawn Wright over from the Bears. I mean, he didn't have an exactly stellar career. He did have a good year with Chicago last year. They got great value, in my opinion. Last year, they took Azariah Thomas in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
So I don't think they have to rush Pons. They can filter him in, maybe test him out on special teams. I love Big Citrus coming off the board just now, going to the Vikings.
I to say,
Yeah, that is solid. Right where I thought he would go, right where he should go. So you got your big dude in the middle there, Vikings. Yeah,
I like that. The only thing that I am a little interested in is the fact that if you like Big Citrus that much, why'd you take Caleb Banks in the 1st round?
Yeah,
that's the only thing that makes it that this was a great Dominic Orange, great pick. But it just makes the Banks pick feel that much worse. But we got Jake Delhomme back at the podium for the Panthers.
Yeah.
I've been loving the nostalgia tonight with some of the guys they've brought back.
I know. I like it. Obviously been busy doing these things, so I haven't gotten to see. I did see Curtis Martin make the second round pick for the Jets, but
cool.
but yeah, you bring up a good point because with the Vikings under Brian Flores, everybody goes multiple. There's no static baseline, but you look at Flores and nobody blitzes in the league more than him. So it really is an interesting thing. I don't see Citrus as that, crazy. He's more of a contain than a rusher, in my opinion. But yeah, you made a great point. Well, what are you going to get with Banks? So yeah.
But Brazil finally comes off the board.
Yeah.
For the Panthers. And
great pick.
Yeah, they're having a pretty solid draft. But Brazil and Tet, that's going to be some matchup problems for a lot of. That's a lot of size and speed to deal with.
I was about to say you better not send D'Angelo Pons after those two guys, two big guys there, and
those are two guys that he wouldn't be able to do anything against. And that's the thing. I said this for a couple of teams tonight. Sometimes it's really nice to load up on one trait at a certain position, because it just gives you like a situation like this where teams need to have two corners now that can match up with big, fast guys. And it does make it a lot trickier. Like, I forget who it was earlier that took there are a couple teams. I'm trying to remember who it was, just loading up at power on the defensive line. Oh yeah, the Panthers. The Panthers did the same thing on the defensive line. With what they've got up front now, because they took who was the defensive lineman they took to pair next to Brown.
I'm looking because I may have missed it. I'm trying to see what they did. Lee Hunter.
Yeah, they took Lee Hunter. So so on the defensive front, you've got a whole bunch of big, powerful people in Derek Brown, Lee Hunter, and Nick Scorton. You better not have any offensive linemen that can't anchor well against the pass rush, because they're going to get their doors blown off. And on the other side, now they're loading up with speed and size at wide receiver. I love the Panthers' approach right now to their roster.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up Skirton. I love that pick for them last year. So I really do think that they made the right move. The tackle that they took yesterday, Monroe Freeling, I wasn't totally surprised. They got to be a little concerned about Ike Ekwonu. He went down with bad injury late in the year. They did bring in somebody, but I think they were. And look, even before Dave Canales got there were questions about Ike Ekwonu. They're like, was he a bust of the pick? So, but yeah, I like what they're doing in the receiver room. You brought up the D line. I'm trying to think who's their DC. It's still Evero, right?
Yes, I believe so.
So this is they're building, what he wants to do. I guess, look, for the Panthers, the big question is still going to be, is Bryce Young the guy? You see moments, and then others you're saying, and I guess it's the same thing with CJ Stroud. Hey, let's exercise the 5th-year option, but let's not rush into giving them a $55-60 million a year deal.
Hey guys, I have a minute before Pitt and Miami comes back on the board. Right. So Drew Aller's a pick they set on fire. I don't know why they bother doing that.
I don't mind it as a swing in the 3rd round.
I just don't. I don't think he'll ever.
I don't like it as a swing in the 3rd round.
Yeah, it 120 or whatever it was that they have in the 5th, 4th round. Sure. At 76, you set a pick on fire when you could have drafted a starter, maybe. That's my opinion of it.
Fair.
Miami drafted a guy I've heard of but never watched, so I don't have an opinion besides probably not.
Who was that? Because
Caleb Douglas.
Yeah. The issue with
receiver?
The
receiver?
Yeah,
Texas Tech?
Yeah.
I would have taken the other receiver, but
consensus 229 on the consensus board, Caleb Douglas. So yeah, that's probably a pick they set on fire too.
You've got a lot to write about, Shane.
Oh, I will. I'll be up late tonight writing a bunch of content for the morning on all these picks. But I think I missed the last few picks, but Bucks are up here.
Brazil went off the board to the Panthers.
Hey, they drafted him where I was willing to take a chance because I don't trust Tennessee wide receivers, but at 83.
Come on, Shane. You can't helmet scout, man. You can't.
Name me a Tennessee receiver that's worked out since Heppel's been there.
You can't helmet scout, Shane. You can't.
It's more the scheme. I kind of get what he's saying, but I
just don't know. They don't translate so far. Like they can't play NFL football. I hope that changes. Also, Bucks.
Oh my gosh, the Bucks are having the best draft.
Yeah, they're having maybe the best value draft of all, at least for sure.
My boy, let me tell you, my wide receiver number 6. I love the dude.
Respect it.
He was my wide receiver. You know what?
If he didn't go to Georgia State, this guy would just be through the moon.
It would have been interesting to see him at a Power 4 school this year. But still, like he has all the traits you want. I do wonder a little bit about like the verticality from a separation standpoint. Like I think the big plays down the field often come in contested catch situations. But he was good enough in them where I think you can rely on that a little bit. And then the run after catch stuff sometimes too with him is where I'm like, okay, if you can get this guy on a track a little bit more often in the NFL and get him a ball in the slants and crossing routes, stuff like that, you could have a guy who's pretty productive for a team pretty early, I think too. Like I don't think he has to develop too much.
Look, he's not going to be, the size profile. You look at they obviously lost Mike Evans. I'm not saying he's going to be but they got the size profile, and man, I mean, Baker's going to be really happy.
They did need someone who can at least play X, even if I wonder like if he'll be able to do that super well right away. They can at least line him up outside with Godwin and Igbuka, and they can survive that.
And Godwin, unfortunately the injuries pile up.
Yeah, hopefully he can play this year. But
I mean, I think, look, I wouldn't have hated it if the Buccaneers went all defense, right? Because
honestly.
Josiah Trotter earlier tonight. I mean, Bain fell right in their lap last night. What a great value.
If the Steelers take Pregnon here, I might forgive them for Drew Aller at 76.
Yeah, I was talking to Dalton while he stepped away. I'm like stunned. Some of these guys are still here, but that happens every year when we do.
I know, Unless there's an injury thing with Pregnon, I can't figure out what's going on here.
Yeah,
real quick.
I mean, the McCoy thing obviously is a bigger deal, and
real quick on Hurst, like you mentioned the separation. One of the things about the separation that makes me a little less concerned about that is late hands. Some of the best late hands I saw in this class, and like just a really like savvy, looks like a savvy veteran receiver for someone that has
Dalen Everett.
Oh.
So now, isn't that 2 corners you've taken tonight?
No, just the no. It was when they traded up, it was for Jeremy Bernard, and then
that's right. Yeah,
Everett. I mean, he's not that far off from my board, but like, I don't like him enough to take him at 85 with the guys on the board. I think that's the problem. I would have taken Kilgore, honestly, here if you're going to take a DB, because I think you need a slot safety type.
I need Kilgore to hang on till 103 now.
Yeah, I mean, the way this is going, he might. With some of the way the safeties have been going and the corners have been going, like he might be there.
So 112 on Jake's board. I don't believe he was on your board, Shane.
If he wasn't, I missed him.
No. He was 93.
Okay, yeah. So again, close to the.
Yeah.
I just not who I would have taken here.
112, 93, so 205, and then for me he was 87. So I was the highest on him at 87. So
to be honest, I had him in the low 100s. So you're both a little higher on him than I was.
Yeah. So he had an average ranking of 97.3 for us. So he's one that I didn't have on our I didn't rank yet on our consensus board. But now that he's been picked, he slots in right behind
Austin Barbara, by the way.
He's last in right behind Malachi Fields at 90 on our board.
Did you guys catch that?
Oh,
Yeah.
Austin Barbara.
So, yeah, another more O-line for the Browns. Hey.
Yeah.
They're loading up on the two things they needed: wide receivers and offensive line. I like it a lot for them.
I do like that they. I'm sorry.
So they're certainly not going to run out of options at either spot.
Well, and I also like them grabbing Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
Right, oh yeah, that was the one that I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, they're having a good draft, I think.
All right, so is it the Dolphins on the clock, and then we get to see how the Jaguars confuse us again?
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Jaguar. What did they do? What was the most recent thing they did? Or is it just the tight end pick still?
No, they took the
There
Jaguars.
was one that I kind of liked. They did Albert. Oh no, both of them. They did Borkacher and then Albert Regis. So two head scratchers for me.
Some people like Regis, but I didn't.
Not me.
Dollar store Zane Durant. While Zane Durant was still on
the thing that was interesting is the guys that I've seen who like him, like the stock exchange guys, both like him a lot. They actually view him as like an actual.
Did you see the pick?
Oh no, not for the Dolphins.
This is interesting.
Okay, I'm curious. Let's see.
And you want me to tell you it's out there?
In a second, I'll see it.
Okay.
Oh, that's early for Kazmarek.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Blocking tight end only, really.
Only. So, but we've seen a few of these go like this, where a little bit on the head scratching, where you had other guys. It's like, what's going on? Huh. Okay.
Yeah, I do not like the Packers draft. Or no, Packers, Dolphins. I'm thinking Packers because Dolphins.
The Dolphins.
The Dolphins draft outside of Chris Johnson, I liked. Was a little bit.
Love that. I hated you for that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was tough. And then I love Jacob Rodriguez, but overall, I think this, like you add in the Caleb Douglas and the Kazmarek, like the value is just bottom tier.
Not there. Yeah,
it's just not.
Yeah, very, very interesting draft so far. We still got a lot of guys on our consensus board that should have been gone a while ago, still there. Pregnon and Surratt. Obviously McCoy, and then Pregnon and Surratt, and then Dunker and Abney round out our top 5 right now.
I just can't believe the guards that are so like Dunker and Pregnon, and I can't figure out. It's fascinating to say the least.
What's the most Jags pick now?
I don't know.
Let me see your board for a sec. Well, no, you're showing me the good, not the bad.
Yeah, no. So far the Jags haven't taken anybody that like any of us have watched. Either of us have really watched. So that's kind of like what I'm wondering. I'm trying to like, what's just a random draft eligible player?
Sawyer Robertson.
Sawyer.
They go with a quarterback that should go right. Sawyer Robertson.
I got one for you, Fernando Carmona.
Okay, that's a good one. And I mean, they do need O-line, so there you go.
Yeah. It would just be 4 rounds too early.
Fernando, the ankle breaker, Carmona. We'll never forget that when he just stomped on that guy's ankle.
Where are you guys on the guards? Because there's some guys that I really like. Like I'm pretty up there, outside of Dunker and Pregnon. I like Bo Stevens. I like Micah Morris. Those are guys that not tonight.
But yeah, I didn't get to Morris. But
okay, not tonight, but like middle of the day tomorrow. Around 5-ish range, that kind of thing.
To me, if I was picking a guard tonight, the only guys that are left really feel comfortable about are, Dunker and Pregnon, and then I also think you could take Brian Parker and make him play guard.
Okay. I could see that.
I think you could get away with Farmer.
Survive at anything with his potentially. Who is that? Shane?
I think you could justify a Farmer from Kentucky. Maybe.
Kentucky, yeah. Forgot about him. Yeah,
he's more of like fringe day 2, more day 3 player at the top of day 3. But I think you could justify him.
Well, there's a guy tomorrow that I'd like the Jets to kick the tires on at the end of the 4th round. That's Armaj Reed Adams.
Oh, actually, it's funny you bring him up. Dalton, if you want to pull up my board, he is one of the guys I do actually have on my board. I have him and Jaden Roberts as like 4th round prospects.
Yep, that's where I have both of them.
Yeah.
Where is he?
Should be in the 100s, but like top of the.
Did no running backs went today? Did they?
Not yet. No.
Wow.
I asked Dalton like before the show. I'm like, do you think a running back goes today? He said Jonah Coleman shouldn't. I'm like, I don't think he's gonna.
134 on your board, Shane.
Yeah, so he's like a 4th, 5th round. Yeah.
Yep. We've been like talking about Coleman a lot. Where are you at on him, Steve? Jonah Coleman.
Yeah. So at one point I thought early on in the season that he could be my running back 1. It never came to fruition. There's still things about Coleman that I like that I was kind of walking on eggshells, but I did finalize my board with him as my running back 2. It's one of those where I was like, but yeah, he's my 2. I had Jadarian Price as my 3. Then I have actually, hang on, I'll pull it up for you because now I'm just at the point where I'm tired of talking so many names that I forget my own board now. But sit tight. Let's see. Yeah, so I have.
But continue.
It's the first good pick they made.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I had Love, Coleman, then I have Price. My 4th running back, Mike Washington out of Arkansas. Dude's got. Yep, and then I've got Emma Johnson, and then I've got Katron Allen and Nick Singleton. And then it's like a big drop off, until I get to Jamari Taylor out of Virginia. He's my number 8. But
I'm similar to you on those. I had Washington as my 6. The only other guys I had in there were like Singleton and Robert Henry Jr.
Where are you on the Indiana running backs? Do you have draftable grade on either of them?
For me, I would have both of them draftable. Probably 5th, 6th round, though.
Yeah.
That's a little bit higher than where I was. I've got undraftable on Kalon Black, and I have like a late 6th, early 7th on Hemby.
I didn't
Black
a good
but
bit.
I was 6th on Hemby.
Yeah, I like Black a good bit because I think he has the straight line speed to be kind of like a slasher. And also has the mentality, I think, to be like that 3rd running back that gets you tough yards if you need it. In a class like this, it's just really hard to find like anything worthwhile.
Ooh.
I think he at least gives you that.
Bears took Bears just won offense. They took Xavier Thomas out of LSU.
Ooh, that's the first LSU receiver off the board?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't expect Barry and Brown to go before late tomorrow.
Aaron Anderson.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He's somebody that I want to like. I liked a lot, and then the testing kind of messed me up a little bit, but I like the tape. So
Who, Anderson or Thomas?
Anderson.
Anderson, yeah. Xavier Thomas, did you guys watch him at all?
I didn't get to him at all.
I did, but again, that's one of those. I don't have a draftable. I do have a draftable grade on Anderson, and just barely with Barry and Brown. I think I have him at like 223 or something like that. But no, I didn't watch much of Xavier Thomas.
No, me neither. I watched receivers earlier in the process, I'll admit, but still, I watched 30.
You watched a lot of guys, yeah.
I was doing the receiver show for Draft Professors for a couple weeks, and yeah, I mean, he never came up. So him going on day 2 is pretty wild.
Some of the picks in this draft, man, are just it's
mind-boggling,
fascinating.
And we only have 11 to go, and we're done.
Yeah,
today, and then think about all the players that got drafted today that probably expected, or we all expected to get drafted tomorrow. Some of the players drafted in the 100s tomorrow, we're going to be like, how in the world is this guy getting drafted right now compared to 50 picks ago?
Yes, right.
Unless there's a bunch of players in this class that have weird character / injury issues that we just don't know about yet. then things are just straight up goofy right now. That's the best way I can describe it.
I just need. I'm looking. All right, so you got the Raiders.
There's Kalen. Hey,
Black.
This is the most typical Niners thing they do. They draft running backs in the third round
early
that have no business being third round picks, and then they become bust because as soon as they're not like actually like productive, everyone's like, "Oh, I give up on them." It's like, yeah, those guys might have been valuable sixth round players, but you draft them in the third round. Why do they keep doing this? I would never draft a third round running back again in my career if I was John Lynch after what's happened to them the past like 5 years with it. I would simply stop doing. I'd be like, I'll take him anywhere but the third round.
Where did they take Garendo? Was that?
I think that was the third round too. And I liked.
Oh my god, he was like a 5th, 6th round grade for me.
I actually liked him just because at least with him, like there's potential special teams value and the straight line speed in that offense, like as a true like outside zone runner, I felt like you could get value out of him. If he doesn't work, there's no way Kalen Black's working. There's no way.
No.
And I don't hate him, but he's again a 6th round, 7th round player probably. Like, the Niners just set third round picks on fire.
My phone is starting. My phone is starting to blow up about. I'm going to need one of these remaining 10 teams to please help me out and take Garrett Nussmeier because I don't want him on the Jets.
Oh no!
Oh my god! Please. I'm just looking. Who might pull the trigger?
I don't know.
Maybe Minnesota. Minnesota has 2 picks in a row. I hope they do.
I just thought it's funny because I was talking about this a second ago. In my fan-sided Slack, someone just said Kalen Black to the Niners, the annual late third round overdrafted running back who does nothing. They know.
Yeah. All right, so Raiders are on the clock here. This needs to be, if it's not McCoy, it needs to be Jennings.
One of the guards. It needs to be one of the guards. I would want Pregnon for you guys because you think he's just way better. But
Pregnon's gone.
Did I miss him?
Where the Jags took
Jaguars. It was the
Jags actually they made up for all the stupid. They at least a little bit made up for the stupid shit. They
made the 2 worst picks of the night.
A little
not yet.
It helps.
Well, they close out the third round at pick 100. They have a chance to not disappoint us.
If they do 2 and 2, I can get behind 2 bad and 2 good.
Come on, Shane. We need 3 and 1. Come on.
Hey, listen. The draft doesn't have a 50% hit rate.
So.
Yeah.
That's what I need.
Liam Cohen is interesting. That's all I'm going to say. Let me see if I have to jump on anything right now. I know Miami's coming up and Pitt's coming up again soon.
You're about 4 picks away, and then the Steelers are at 99. So,
yeah.
Oh
boy.
Yeah, but I don't think Minnesota would. I mean, they've got Kyler Murray, they got JJ McCarthy, and Carson Wentz went there, so they're not going to grab a quarterback. I don't think. Now I'm worried that that's how round 4 is going to start out for the Jets. They're going to grab Garrett Nussmeier, and I'm not going to be happy. Chances are he won't see the field anyway. So.
You guys will like this. Someone in my Still Curtain chat just said McCoy and Bell's knees must be like 2000s hip hop, chopped and screwed.
Brutal.
Oh no.
Brutal.
Yeah, Jamal McCoy, like I don't even want to imagine what exactly is wrong with him because for him to be on the board at this point.
Now I just want somebody to take him and be like, screw y'all, everything's fine. I'm going to have a 15-year career. I just feel
hope
so bad.
Man. Me too.
Hopefully it's right now.
Maybe.
Be a really good pick after some not great picks so far tonight.
So, I mean, I do like kind of what the Raiders did. I mean, obviously Mendoza, but I mean, trading Stukes out of Arizona. I really like that. Tayron Crawford. I like that pick.
Dalton hates every pick the Raiders made, and I love every pick the Raiders made, which means it's probably going to be fine.
I didn't like Besham Porter last year either.
Yeah. But again, last year we have no idea who's good because the Raiders didn't have real coaches on the coach.
Yeah.
So I hope they end up all being good, but I think they will be.
Yeah. I think this is better than I'm kind of with you, Dalton, with the Crawford thing. That was kind of early for me, but yeah, I'm a big Stoops fan. I think you just got to worry about the injuries, right? The injury history. And I think you have to, I mean, he's a guy like Jalen Kilgore. I think you need to have a plan for him. Where are you going to put him? You're going to ask him to do everything. You're going to find one thing, let him develop, and then add some more to his arsenal.
Yeah. I think they could play him as a free safety early because
why?
Skills, but
why?
I actually don't mind this, Dalton.
I mean,
I don't mind it.
My problem is they announced
be better.
They announced him as center.
Yeah, they did.
But then also Linderbaum.
That's what I mean. Like, what are we doing?
Unless he's just
doing?
All 3 spots backup type, which he could be.
Yeah, and I mean he might start at guard, but
I think he could compete for guard. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's what they think his future is at eventually. But like,
then why did you give a bag to?
Okay, well, Linderbaum's got a 3-year deal, Dalton. Rookie third round picks should have 4-year deals. Maybe he'll start in his 4th. No, I don't know.
I don't know.
That's the best I got for you on that one.
Yeah.
Look,
I really like Zune, but this one's a head scratcher for me.
Yeah, I just don't know. Yeah, Dunkard would make way more sense for what they actually need.
133 for Jake. Shane had him at 115.
Yeah, it's still a reach for sure.
And I had him at 141.
Yeah. So Dalton just hates everything the Raiders do, but this time I can understand it a little bit more.
So yeah,
here comes the Cowboys. The Cowboys.
The star.
America's team, as they say.
I mean, last night was a bit of a mess with the shortening of the time. I mean, I was focused on the podcast, so not so much on NFL Network or ESPN.
Yeah.
But it was a little disjointed, but it just seems like, I mean, we'll be done by 11 o'clock, right? Well, I mean, if somebody wants to milk the clock. I'm sorry, but Minnesota has 2. Ooh, I like that for Dallas.
Oh, what is it?
Jayshon Barham.
I do like that for Dallas. They might have drafted the better edge rusher at 92 than they did at 23. They might have. And guess what?
Yeah.
All you can, what I always do to people, I'm like, hey, if you flip the picks, maybe it looks better.
Yeah.
What if you took Jayshon Barham at 23?
Yeah.
Round.
In that case, it's a little different, but
we had Barham on our consensus board. Barham was 65 for what it's worth, and Malachi Lawrence was, and he's been pushed down tonight since but he is 88 on our consensus board. So yeah, they got the guy 22 spots higher on our board 2 rounds later.
That's interesting. And this is why I like this, because I just pulled up mine. I've got Barham at 81. So I like
Where was Lawrence for you?
Where was who?
Malachi Lawrence.
Higher. Hang on. 52.
Okay.
That's where I had him. I had him 51 or 52. So
yeah, I was admittedly the outlier on him. I was pretty low on Lawrence. But no, I like this pick a lot. I think Jayshon Barham just so good against the run.
You can't necessarily always go wrong with D-liners from Michigan, right?
No.
You know, wide receivers from Ohio State, defensive backs from LSU.
Yeah. I mean,
my only problem is I think they took 2 edge rushers in this draft, and I don't know if either of them knows how to set the edge.
Ooh.
What do the Rams do now?
Keegan Trost.
Whoa.
Who?
Keegan Trost, the tackle out of Missouri.
But he'll be a guard for sure.
Yeah.
So,
but
that's fascinating. So everyone hates Jennings Dunker. Everyone hates Jennings Dunker.
Yeah.
Tell you what, if the Steelers they already missed on both Pregnon and Dunker at 85.
So everybody's different. I have Trost at 194 on my board.
Yeah.
That's like 100 spots.
Yeah. I didn't watch him because he was so low on the consensus board, but I know everyone will point to he was like PFF's best graded lineman or something like that. And I'm like, you can't base everything off that, first of all, and second of all, there's a reason he's going to be moving into guard if he's going to play. He's not a tackle athlete at all.
You're on the clock, brother.
Yeah, let's see what they do. They've made 2 good picks so far out of however many.
I hated you for the Chris Johnson thing. I mean, that was my favorite.
I mean, I do like that.
One of my favorite picks.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. But after this pick, I do need to probably bounce again. I'll hear you guys, but I won't be on, so I can focus on that.
Yeah.
But I do want to see what they do here. Sure. I got to jump on a Dalen Everett newser because, oh God.
Dalen Everett, I forgot.
Yeah, me too. I wish.
About that one. But yeah, is Jennings Dunker gonna get picked tonight? At this point, do you guys think?
Seattle? Did they take a guard yet?
Hang on, I will tell you.
I forget who they took at 64. It was Clark. No, so
Dunker they took Clark, right? So now they
make a ton of sense. Honestly, the Dolphins, if they want,
why not Minnesota with one of their 2 picks here coming up?
Oh,
they're too busy drafting
stuff.
3 techniques.
I need them to be busy drafting Garrett Nussmeier. That's what I need. Because, oh my God, Garrett Nussmeier is going to be a Jet tomorrow early in the afternoon.
Don't worry. Buffalo will take him to have the funniest quarterback room of all time.
I'm going to be so miserable. I need Dunker, and they're going to give me Garrett Nussmeier. And all of this goodwill after Hans and Cooper.
The Jets draft kind of no matter what they do at this point.
Yeah. They had a good draft no matter what.
Oh, the Steelers traded up too, so I definitely got to go. They're at 96 now.
Oh, there you go.
All right. So, all right, I'll see you guys. I'm going to go figure that out
in a bit. All right. So, the Dolphins, what do we think they do here? They've already taken Proctor and Chris Johnson, Jacob Rodriguez, Caleb Douglas. And
Why can't they go guard? Why can't they go guard? They still need interior O-line. Let me tell you, I would probably even consider another corner, depending on their board. Yep.
Do you want to know it? Here's the question: did you have 2 Ohio State tight ends coming off the board tonight on your bingo board?
I did not. I had one.
Kasmerick.
Didn't he go earlier?
Oh, is that their pick earlier?
Yeah.
Did I miss him earlier?
Yeah, which makes it even worse, I think. Unless, wait a minute, or was that a mistake and it got entered wrong? No, Kasmerick went to the Dolphins at 87. Yeah.
Okay, so they have
the 94 now. Yeah, that's a head scratcher, man. I don't get it. But
so now, I wonder. So, what do you think they do here? Sorry.
Let me just see what I have them down. I think
you need an alignment, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. But at this rate, they're going to take. Oh my God, what's his name? He's a tackle I like, but he needs to go inside. He'll probably be undrafted. Oh my God, I can't think of his name. Riley Malman out of Wisconsin. That's who they'll do something weird.
Yeah. I was gonna say if they're going tackle, guard, tweener, Caleb Tiernan feels like the pick.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I think
Chris Bell. It's Chris Bell. Chris Bell.
Ooh. I don't hate that.
No, about freaking time. I actually do hate it because I think he's going to be really good.
Yeah.
But look, they needed a receiver, man. They had to get it. Wow.
My astronomical ceiling for Chris Bell, just because I think he has one route that works for him, is Michael Thomas. The idea that he just feasts on slants, and he's just going to be slant boy. But the problem is, what happened to Michael Thomas as soon as he lost a step? He had nothing.
Right.
And that's my only worry with Chris Bell. But no,
So the new look Miami Dolphins offense: Caleb Douglas, Will Kasmerick, and Chris Bell.
Chris Bell's probably the best pick out of all of those. A lot, and that was the last one they took.
I mean, I don't like that they got, like I said before, when Shane was still on. I don't like that they got Johnson. I really like the Jacob Rodriguez pick, but these offensive ones, look, I mean, a lot of people had Chris Bell projected in the first round, early second. Probably would have been if not for the ACL. But now the question is, were teams worried about the ACL? Or once again, does draft social media overvalue a guy and teams didn't? We don't know. But wow.
I don't know.
This is interesting. All right, so the Patriots are on the clock. We've got 6 picks left for the night.
Yeah, New England, I'm thinking their take. Trying to go back.
I do like the edge they picked. I do like when they grabbed Akis.
That was a solid pick. They've done 2 very, very vanilla picks, in my opinion, but like they're both going to be useful. Lomu and Akis. I think this could be a receiver, mate. Well,
I mean, we're waiting for June 1st with AJ Brown, right?
Tight end.
I could see that.
A blocking tight end to complement?
You nailed it. Eli Raritan. You nailed it.
Eli Raritan. Love this
of
pick.
Notre Dame.
Tight end too. Mm-hmm. So I love this pick. He was 48 on our consensus board. He was 48 on my board. On the consensus board, he was 99. But yeah, no, I love Eli Raritan. I think he, at worst, is going to be a really good blocker, but also has some really good physical potential. I think in the red zone, he's going to be a huge problem with the contested catchability. This is probably one of my favorite picks of the night.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I have him at 87 on my board, so great. I mean, good for the Patriots, and we were talking last, I don't know, about a week or 2 ago on Draft Professors. There haven't been too many drafts where you have, like twice the tight ends to running backs. I mean, we may go 3 times to the running backs. I mean, could the Steelers take a running back? I think the Vikings certainly could. They could use that, and then that's about it. But we saw a lot of surprising tight ends go tonight, but Eli Raritan is not one of them.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad he finally went because he was one that I liked a lot of all these tight ends that went. And then another one still hasn't come off the board yet. Another one of my favorite tight ends, Daquan Wright from Ole Miss.
Yep, I like Daquan Wright.
Hasn't come off the board. I think there's a lot of fun potential there that I don't think got used too much just because he got kind of lost in the shuffle with all the weapons Ole Miss has. But yeah, the Steelers are on the clock here. Very curious to see what this ends up being.
Jennings Dunker. There he goes.
Pick.
Doesn't he scream Steeler to you? He just screams like a Yins. Yeah.
Putting him next to what's his name? The West Virginia center that they took.
Frazier are gonna beat the ever-loving shit out of every 3 tech on the planet Earth. I do like this pick, obviously.
Love that pick.
The whole is strange as hell, but at the very least, they're going to be able to run the fucking football.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much. They might not be able to do shit else, but they're going to be able to run the hell of the football.
And between him and, we'll see what happened with Broderick Jones, but I am not sure. I mean, old man Jenkins, a.k.a. Aaron Rodgers, he should be upright, right?
No, right. Even when he's upright, he might as well be laying down. So
no, they're going to run the ball. It's going to be Will Howard read options as he mentors Drew Aller.
Oh my God!
Will Howard mentoring Drew Aller is one of the funnier sentences.
That is a very funny sentence. Yes, good job. Very funny sentence.
They're showing him throwing hay bales. Okay, like we know what's going on here.
I love this pick.
I do too. I mean,
no, it's a great pick.
Hunter's not playing guard.
Dunker is probably one of my favorite picks of the last hour or so.
Yeah, he was my IOL too.
Oh wow, a lot higher. Okay, let me see where I had him.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah. He's up there for me. He's number 57 overall on my board. He's my IOL 5.
Yeah. He was 39 on mine. I love this pick so much. I mean, this is a guy that I just think because we haven't seen him play guard, people have had trouble imagining it. But I mean, I think don't overthink it. Like he's gonna go inside and maul people.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Minnesota, come on, just make your 2 phone calls. You got back-to-back picks. You shouldn't, Well, I guess they give them the full 10 minutes, 5 minutes for each, but it should be like boom, boom, let's go. Trying to remember.
Tackle, right?
Oh my God, yeah.
This needs
why not? Corner the market on D tackles. So we got Caleb Banks, Jake Allday, and Big Citrus. Why can't the running back go here? Why can't Jonah Coleman go right here? I mean,
They run a zone running scheme in Minnesota, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. That would be a really good pick, actually. And also, like, I think he and Aaron Jones. Is Aaron Jones still there? Or did they move on?
That's why I said it. I think he's maybe they did bring him back. Sit tight.
There we go. They have no.
Oh no, he 1 year he restructured. Yeah. Okay, so he's still there.
So Aaron Jones and Jonah Coleman feel like a really good combo. Like they would complement each other really well. That kind of like thunder and lightning type setup. No, I like that a lot now that I think about it.
Yeah.
And I mean,
what's the tight end situation there?
In Minnesota, so they've got.
So, because there were whispers of maybe that they were going to get close to parting ways with Hawkinson, but I don't think so.
Yeah. Behind him, it's Josh Oliver and Ben Yurosek. So not much.
Not much.
What
does your tight end board look like right now?
Daquan Wright, and then I think our consensus board. We have after him, Justin Joly would be the next one.
Wow.
So yeah,
I like Joly.
It's definitely dried up a little bit, I think, as far as tight ends go. I think after that, so Michael Trigg, Joe Royer, Jack Endries. That's kind of where we're at. I think we're hitting that territory. But those are all guys that I think personally I had. Yeah, I mean, I have late third round grades going all the way down to Trigg as my tight end 6. Wright was my tight end 5. And then Endries I had a late third on as my tight end 7. And then Royer's my tight end 8. Those guys would all I'd be comfortable with here. Much more comfortable than the tight ends we've seen come off the board tonight.
For sure.
But no, I like
There it is, Caleb Tiernan.
Okay. That's a good pick.
I like that.
Yeah.
All right, Minnesota, you got one more. Yeah. Where did you have Tiernan on yours and the consensus board?
So on our consensus board, we had Tiernan at 72.
So right exactly where I had him. Yeah.
And then personally, I had Tiernan $77, and Shane had him at 97.
Okay.
So we were all right.
Right there. Yeah.
Round range.
Come on, make it Coleman. Let's make this interesting. Jacoby Thomas. Jacoby Thomas, safety out of Miami.
Oh, that was not one of the safeties I watched. I felt like I watched like a good 15 of them this year.
Yeah, that was like my thing this year. I'll be honest, I really didn't watch a lot of Jacoby Thomas until, you knew that Indiana was just this dominating force.
Yeah.
That being said, I watched the other one quite a bit, and I've got a grade on him, but yeah, interesting.
I didn't see Jacoby Thomas going over Keontae Scott still being on the board.
This blows me away of who's available.
Keontae Scott was my nickel one, and the fact that he's still on there is mind-blowing. Also, Zakee Wheatley still on the board.
Yep.
Yeah, right now our consensus board, our best available is still Jermod McCoy, Elijah Surratt, Keith Abney, Jonah Coleman, Connor Liu, and Keontae Scott. Those are like the 6 best available right now. Surratt still being there is really crazy to me. I mean, I had a first-round grade on him originally for a while, and then, the testing and just the concerns about the body catching caused me to push him down into like the second round. But for him to
Julian Neal, oh my God, look at what Seattle is doing.
Yeah.
Julian Neal and Bud Clark on the same night.
Yeah. So we're a little lower on him here. Jake had Neal at 94. But that's right around the range. Shane did not have Julian Neal in his top 150. And for me, he was 126. So he'll be
I didn't get to him, admittedly. He was one of the last guys I was going to watch and didn't get to. So I don't know where I'd be.
I mean, obviously now he's in the league, but if time allows, try and watch him. If you look at the certain metrics, right? The height, the weight, the broad jump, the wingspan, or, whatever you want to call it, the arm length, the numbers. Julian Neal is one of the only corners in this class who, in these metrics, line up with other guys like, I don't know, Derek Stingley, Sauce Gardner. Oh my God. Basically, anyway, I've forgotten names because it's just getting long in the night. Jaguars, this is a reach.
Yeah, no, I was really low on Husky.
I've got a 5th-round grade on him, and let me tell you, he was the only one worth watching out of Maryland.
Yeah. I had, I think, 6th or 7th round.
But anyway, Julian Neal matches up with some of these like amazing all-pro corners in that athletic size profile. But wow.
But, I mean, got my issue with Neal is he also got beat a lot at Arkansas, like everyone on that Arkansas defense. That's my only worry. It's a little early for me, but like, I mean, late 3rd, 4th round grade at that point. Like, I had a 4th round grade on him, so him going in the late 3rds, fine.
So
wild Husky.
I gotta find, where do I have Julian Neal? Julian Neal, it's a little bit early for me, but again, then getting to Jalen Husky, who I did watch, and like I said, I did like, but that was a 5th round grade for me. So I don't know.
For me, 20% missed tackle rate in 2025. That's kind of the issue for a small box safety.
One. Yeah. Well, this was an interesting night.
Yeah.
Head scratcher. Anyway, I got a dip, but Dalton, thanks for having me on. Shane, always nice to see your initials instead of your face. No, I'm kidding, man.
Listen, it's been a night, and it will continue to be a night. I will probably go to bed when everyone else is waking up. That's where I'm at this point. So that's just life. But you figure.
Send me a link. I'll hop on again tomorrow if you're going to be doing it over again.
I don't know if we're going to be on tomorrow. That'll be up to Shane and Jake. I know I'll be at the. I'll be at.
Then I respectfully request a day off. Thank you very much, and I'll take it as a PTO day.
We'll probably not be live, so I can focus on my job actually instead of doing it like 90% effort. But we will definitely be doing some post-draft stuff. We have to decide how we're handling the summer and into the season, as far as whether we're going to stick to a draft pod, if we're going to move to more of an NFL-centric pod. But we'll definitely make sure we try to have you on again if you want to.
Yes,
let's connect because this was fun.
Yeah, definitely helpful, especially for me today because Dalton would have been alone for the most part. So
trust me, I did the epic mock alone for most of the weekend. It was brutal. It was brutal. After a while, I'm like, so I got nothing to freaking talk about. But anyway, y'all have a great weekend, and let's connect again soon.
Absolutely.
Bye, y'all.
See you. All right, shout out Steve.
Dalton. Yep, shout out Steve. Definitely gonna have to have him on again. It's been fun, Dalton. I do have to run fully and focus on my job the rest of the night. It was
good. I have to wake up at 5 a.m. tomorrow, so I'm all good with it.
Get to sleep. I'm gonna go write probably like 8 articles over the next 6 hours or whatever it's gonna be. And it's been fun, guys. Definitely check us out. We will be doing some podcasting this week coming up to break down everything. We'll figure that out.
Yeah, for sure.